Salutation, darlings. Azorwing here, returning to stars in Honkai Star Rail. Oh, wait, this actually stops. Can I get on it? No. I thought it just faded off into the distance. I didn't I didn't ever realize those stopped. Okay.
I commend it.
That is not what I meant to do. Dawnsong, hello! Long time no see. I am streaming at normal people hours. It's like 3 in the afternoon. Let's see. Yes. Oh my gosh. I've like random stuff collect. Benches and Billabog. Poet is roaring in mid-Billabog during the winter. Alright, random thing back on. But yeah, no, it feels like I've been waiting in age. It's certainly been a while since I've last played. It's been like a whole new update and everything. Anywho, let's see, we are doing the Everwinter City Museum Ledger of Curiosities. Legend, half only. And Pela appears.
Don't get your clothes wet.
Oh, I was like, wait, is this a child that is being nuts? It was the grandmother. Yeah, I suppose getting their clothes wet in like the middle of an eternal winter would be bad. And here, let's greet Pela, and I can finally see what the hell this quest is about.
Hey, it's you! I didn't expect to see you here in the administrative district. How have you been lately?
Awesome. Pretty good. How about you?
Great to hear. Since the Stellaron crisis subsided, Bellabog's been feeling a little more cheerful. We're really grateful for your assistance.
Always happy to help.
And yes, things are going well for me too. Thanks for asking. You spent so much time in Bellabog on your last visit. You must have passed by here before, right?
The Fountain of Wishes?
This is Bellabog's History and Culture Museum.
Oh, the museum.
Built more than 600 years ago. Last time you visited, it was closed for its 10-year renovation.
Oh.
Now that the Stellaron crisis is over, we've been able to allocate more manpower to the renovation works. The museum should be open to the public again soon.
Oh, hold on. Oh yes, my sister stopped by. She wanted Pringles.
It's just...
You run into trouble?
we encountered a problem during the renovation process. The Silvermane guards are doing all they can to figure it out.
Do you need some help?
Sorry. I shouldn't talk about it in the open like this. Hey, if you have time, that is.
Sounds nice.
Great. What are we waiting for?
Alright, let's help Pela out in the museum. Honestly, I love museums, and honestly, I'm so glad that this quest line, like, got bumped up
Welcome to Bellabog's History and Culture Museum.
to, like, a
As you
month.
can see, after nearly 100 days of renovation, the interior looks brand new.
Awesome.
However, there's a problem that needs to be resolved before it can open to the public.
Oh?
The museum was established nearly 600 years ago as a memorial to honor Alyssa Rand, the first Supreme Guardian, and the martyrs who gave their lives in the battle against the invaders from beyond the sky.
Oh, wow.
As time went on, new exhibits were continually added to the memorial until it became the museum we see today.
Cool.
Past the reception hall, you'll find the General Hall, the museum's largest exhibition room. There are all sorts of exhibits on display. Paintings by famous artists, samples of the planet's crust. Visitors can experience the essence of Belobog's culture in just a few minutes' time. I really hope the museum can open up soon. The children here need a culturally enriching environment, especially those from the underworld.
Yeah.
But like I mentioned earlier, we're in a bit of a bind. We could really use a helping... Here. This is the issue we're trying to deal with.
The exhibit disappeared?
It was stolen.
Hmm.
It was one of the oldest and most precious items in the General Hall collection.
Oh.
The meteor fragment. It is said that 700 years ago, the invaders from beyond the sky descended upon the surface of Eurillo 6 with a meteor shower. The meteor fragment is solid evidence that those invaders once tainted our land. Sorry, the tour guide in me gets a little carried away. I'm not here to give you a history lesson.
No.
Still, it's no exaggeration to say that if the meteor fragment isn't recovered, the museum will lose half of its significance.
Half? Can we just use a replica?
Out of the question! As the curator of the exhibits here, I would never resort to deceiving the public like that.
Even if only temporarily?
Our first priority is finding the thief and recovering the stolen item. But we don't even have a suspect yet. That's why this case is such a conundrum for the Silvermane Guards. Truth be told, the meteor fragment isn't the only item that was stolen. But we want the museum to open as soon as possible. We can worry about the other missing items later.
I think I know who the culprit is. Nah, any leads?
Of course! I wouldn't ask you to start a whole investigation from scratch. The guard station in the underworld reported that some suspicious characters have been meeting at a hideout in the Great Mine late at night.
Oh?
Since the Silvermane Guards are still getting situated in the underworld and we don't have any direct evidence, we haven't been able to apprehend any suspects. But if you were to go there yourself and ask around, I think we could gather a lot of useful intel. So, would you like to help solve this case?
I would love to.
Excellent. Just as I expected. Short, sweet, and decisive. To the underworld it is then.
To the underworld.
The conditions here are so rudimentary. I wonder how long those people have been living here. Back to the investigation. We contacted an agent from Wildfire. Apparently she has some first-hand intel.
I wonder.
I think her name was... Sweta?
Sweater!
That's right. Let's go pay her a visit.
Hey, let's go see our local sweater. Oh, I was gonna say her? Okay.
What? Oh, it's you. Oh, I thought I'd been discovered. Let's try not to make a commotion. You never know who's listening.
Hmm?
That bad, huh? How many exhibit thieves are there?
A lot. I don't know if you're aware, miss, but any intel that makes money spreads like wildfire in the underworld. Travel between the overworld and the underworld has been open for some time. Not everyone down here can take advantage of that opportunity. The majority of underworlders have to stay here to feed their families. From what I hear, smuggling museum artifacts is a lucrative enterprise. If I wasn't working for Wildfire, I'd be tempted to get in on the cash myself.
Ah. You know who might be behind the museum thefts?
Not for certain, but I've heard some rumors that might be of interest to you.
I'm all ears.
Firstly, the group in question has a very public presence. They post recruitment notices all over the street. If you can find a notice, you might be able to glean some clues from it. Secondly, they're rash and careless in their work. They've been seen carrying large crates of illicit goods around the mines and selling them out in the open, without even trying to hide anything from the miners. Thirdly, I heard there are children in the mines that might be involved.
Mm.
I haven't had the chance to look into it,
Hmm.
but keep an eye out.
I see. Thanks for the intel. I'm sure it'll help us crack the case. Well, I'm going to head for the settlement and see if I can get more intel from the locals. In the meantime, do you think you could head out and look for more clues? We can compare notes when you're done. I'm counting on you.
Yeah.
Calm down, calm down. We're all here to work for a living. Why not sit down and talk it out?
Save it. We treated you as our leader, but look how you treated us. Such a rat! You sold the intel about the vein to Antonia, but we discovered it first. Now we lost the mine, and we have to work for those guys. Traitor! Well, nothing to say for yourself, huh? So you admit that you sold the intel to the mining team?
Go away, you brutes! Don't bully my daddy!
Oh, little hook? Oh, no, no, you have it wrong. It's your daddy who bullied us first. Ask him if you don't believe me.
Daddy?
Yes, I told Antonia about the vein, but I was the first one to discover it. I have the right to do anything with it.
It's only because you have that detector. Let's see who's boss when we take it from you.
Back off. I was thinking about the bigger picture when I did that. Unlike you all who just look for trouble every day.
Well, I think someone needs to teach you a lesson. Guys, get him.
You'll never lay a finger on Daddy without passing through Hook.
The moles are here to surrender now. Ah. Hey, look.
It's you! Come and help Hook!
Another punching bag? Fine by me. I'll kick all your butts.
I have no idea what this is all about. I just, as you can see, quite literally
Don't mess with
stumbled
me.
across it. Alright.
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery. Lance at the ready.
I'll see you off. A foregone conclusion.
Daddy, are you hurt?
Just a few scratches. How about you, Hook?
Don't worry about me. I have Diggertron. No one can hurt me.
Good. That's good. And you, young lady, are you hurt? Thank you for your help.
I'm too young to die. I barely felt a thing.
I remember. You are the outsiders Natasha mentioned before, right? I heard that you helped resolve some conflicts around the mines when you arrived. And again today, when you saved my life.
Saving lives is my passion.
What a noble young spirit you have. Thank you very much.
Daddy, let's go to the old witch's clinic. I'm
Witch?
seriously hurt.
But the vein detector that rapscallion was after, somebody already stole it from me. I need to keep searching, otherwise I might never see it again.
Don't make query. It's more important to realize. Don't make It's more important, the detector or your life?
It's just a tool. I guess I should let it go. Let's head to the clinic.
Goodness. I imagine that we'll end up helping him look for it. Exchanges if I had keep clear, lazy miner. Don't you have work? Your work's just a small part of my life. My philosophy is work for one day and relax for three. I've been sleeping all day. You haven't eaten all day? It's only been one day, which is pretty normal. It's no big deal. My record is fasting for 3 days, so this is nothing. It's not like I might die. I'm alive, ninja sign. Don't look at me with all the pity, it's nothing. By the way, why'd you wake him up again? What business secrets did Sampa say to you? Nothing really, we're just talking about how much I could get if I rented the manacles out. You're revealing your secret like that? What's a big deal? Some people would say keep it a secret. Such a good thing is hard to come by, and I really want to share it with you. Why, is it good? Well, actually, I thought so. It's simple, I was asleep, think about it. I usually work away since 3 so I can earn enough in a day to support my expenses for the next 3 days. But now it's different. If someone rents my money tool, I can earn money during the time I don't work. It means you can make you don't have to work anymore. Your mind's just as quick as Samples. Anyway, based off my calculations, if I don't go to work myself, I can cut my daily expenses in half too. If all I need to do is rent out my tools, why would I need to even work at the mine? All in all, that means someone else is doing the work for me, but I'm still making money. The mere thought of it makes me happy. Sounds exactly like a supervisor. Oh, you're right. Looks like the problems become more complicated. It's gotta be all sleepy. Let's talk another time. I'm taking a nap. I had wanted to say hello to Sela. I thought this is who she was talking. I thought this is who Pela was talking about. I thought Pela was talking about Sela, and that she had just mispronounced her name as Sweater. It's my homie uncle, and we're known. If I get the chance, I'd love to see the world up there, but now's not the time. The world needs time to cover. Nat, Bronya, I have to stay with them to do my part. Care to chat? Oh, I'm free at the moment. What you want to talk about? How are things in the underworld? Not good, but there's some signs of improvement. Nat and Oleg run around every day helping to coordinate getting trade started again. I don't know a thing about commerce, so I won't bother them. Vagrants, most of them are on the right track as far as I know, but naturally there's a few ne'er-do-wells who are trying to line their pockets with ill-gotten gains. You don't say. I'm just focusing on teaching those guys a lesson. Gotta make them understand that if they break the law, they're gonna be punished, no matter what era we're living in. Your last battle, which one? You mean the fight with Cocolia? Well, weirdly enough, I can't remember any details from the fight. I just remember you getting impaled by that woman's weapon and then miraculously getting straight up again. To be honest, I have no idea what was going on then, but it's incredible to think of you just coming back from the dead like that. It wasn't any power of mine, no? Then how'd you do it? Ah, stop it. Don't give me stuff about eons and past again. I'm really interested. Save it for next time. Still working for Wildfire? Sure, since I was a child, living Wildfire has been the most important thing in my life. I know that Wildfire was originally formed due to the absence of Silverring guards. If things are back to normal between Overworld and Underworld, then there is no need for Wildfire to keep going on. But if Nat thinks there's still a need for Wildfire, then who am I to disagree? You're not with Brunya? Staying all day cooped up in that ice castle? Spare me, I could never get used to that lifestyle. I have no idea how Brunya does it. Poring over all those documents every day, having to listen to all that idle chit-chat. I would have gone mad long ago before working outside. Besides, there's a lot of people I know in the underworld who need help. I've shared these thoughts with Brunya and she's supportive. Of course, if she needs me. I'll be back in a snap. Even she needs somebody like me to help solve certain matters. You know her rules. There's nothing to complain about. Good chatting with you. Alright, let's get on to the actual quest. Brought a new...
My daddy made a lot of money this month. He bought me lots of new clothes. Things you can't even find in the underworld. Clothes schmoes. My daddy bought me a super rare present. He got me a model tram. Bet you haven't seen one of those before. That costs way much more than boring clothes.
Sounds like their parents bought them expensive gifts recently. If people in the underworld want to get rich, what options do they have? This is noteworthy.
Oh, right, because they were like, they leave signs up everywhere. He discovers a suspicious poster. Perhaps this has something to do with the Museum of Theft case. Recruitment poster. Temporary porters, mechanics and security. Flexible hours, excellent pay. Just and please get in touch. The current the content after getting touch is crudely scribbled over. There's more than meets the eye. They could have simply ripped the poster down. Why spare the effort? Maybe the organization wanted people know of their existence without giving too much away to Wildfire or the guards. Let's keep looking.
Beep, beep,
What are these two doing sneaking around?
beep, beep. Alert, alert. Nosy person spotted. Nosy person spotted.
Excuse you.
Beep, beep. Protect the goods. Protect the goods.
We like fucked up because there are two suspicious robots. Oh my gosh.
I'm on guard.
You chose the wrong enemy. There's no time to lose. Conflict is pitiless.
What a headache. Who's next? I'll end your misery.
Awesome.
Reach the end of the story in your own way. Empty. These crates were probably used to store stolen items. Someone left robots to guard them. Looks like I'm too late. Let's look elsewhere. The 3 rumors Sweta talked about, I'll check out. Time to meet back up with Pela.
I commend you.
I do like that you can now switch characters without them like stuttering. Stutter stepping.
Oh good, you're back. Did you find any critical intel?
All 3 of the rumors Sweta mentioned.
I see. Looks like someone is getting the miners involved in the stealing after all. I made some progress too. The miners here said they've noticed some people acting strange recently. A few vagrants who almost never leave the Great Mine have suddenly started making trips to Boulder Town. I asked the Silvermane guard station there to go investigate some places of interest. I hope they find something. Hey, we've got some news!
Hmm. Out of Zorwing and Miss Pela, we found the lost meter fragment. It seems too easy. They ruined the Gothel Grand Hotel. Looks like some forgetful thief left their most important loot here. We've got the area under control, now we're waiting for you to come and check this stolen artifact. Come immediately, don't make a big fuss, don't alert the other guards. Got it, Miss Pela.
What a stroke of luck! I didn't expect to get a break in the investigation so quickly. Come on, let's go to the Gerda Grand Hotel. I hope this isn't some sort of cover-up operation.
Oh! He has a new puzzle. Alright. Okay, so on the stop, so the marker, the marker should be driven to the stop with blue lights. Simple little puzzle. Excuse you. I do hate that the Alright, easy peasy and lemon squeezy. Great, come and get your rotation. It's only just begun. Here's the puzzle. Awesome. Sure, why not? Really? I forgot to switch this one. I always like little puzzles like this, and I know I should be going on to the main thing because, oh boy. So I'm like a mile away. Challenge complete. I wish this stupid part would learn anything to do. Here's the part of your reward now for another puzzle. Alright, next one. Next challenge, let's go. Oh, god damn it. I will say that's one thing that I do hate about the puzzles. Is they're frustrating like that. Nicely done. If you can do this, you can take care of some student coordinated and I night bag. You're saying it's that for that. We're going to come back tomorrow. I think I have more tests. And for that, we get a precious chest. Alright. Yeah, let's continue onward.
It's getting late.
Alright,
Where to now?
Thank you for your cooperation.
I'm glad to see you here. The box containing the meteor fragment is in one of the hotel rooms. You and Miss Payla can go investigate the scene when you're ready.
Awesome. Okay. Goodness, hiccups. 3.
This must be the box. Let's open it. Let's see. Color, the texture. Yep, this is the stolen meteor fragment, all right. Fantastic.
Like, actually, it couldn't be a fake, could it?
I've done a lot of research into artifact authentication techniques. You can trust my judgment. I understand why you're suspicious, though. This whole investigation was a little too easy. In any case, now that we have the meteor fragment, the museum can now open to the public. That's good news. As for tracking down the thief, I'm afraid it'll be a long-term project. When the time comes, we may need your assistance again. Let's go. We need to take this item back to the museum where it belongs.
Oh. Finish work there. That thing's been. I got a great time. I got later. Oh, what's the letter say? Let's go over in this letter side. It's all the family gossip. There's big news. Check it out here. They said the Spring Guardian is looking on the block. Hates it. That's the case. This year can finally go up. Interesting. Anywho, I never thought that this.
It's getting late.
I never
Where
really
to now?
noticed the entire building behind the fountain. In this game, we don't really look up.
Careful now. Don't get your clothes wet.
Do so at your own risk. I have a few. In the grand universe, moral standards are materialized into physical form. Thumbs up approvals aren't rare sights to behold. What matters is that you are recognized. Big to say that the fountain really does have everything in it, just like the ancient treasure tombs of Emperor's Past. Look, you somehow find amidst those rippers, Jim, Roger, and Soto. What a waste! Yeah, it might be worth something by here every now and then. Anyhow. Goes from Museum Miss Payla. I am streaming. I mean, I am. Yes. Okay. Dropped. Say what now? I'm like. Excuse me. I'm like.
Nice.
I'm like connected with Ethernet. What do you mean? I'm just noticing that. Maybe task manager home. That is so weird. I haven't had that happen in quite some time.
Nice.
Manager, Store, Twitch Studio. I think we're ready. See if that helps. I have no idea when that had happened. Goodness. I do want to remember this though. Oop. Right. Please take me in. I wonder if we can go upstairs. I mean, potentially. Welcome to the Belborg History and Culture Museum. Is anything an old man like me can help you with? I'm here solely to talk with older people. Waiting your coffee, however. This is the museum after all. Since you're here, might as well have a tour. Head out. If you have questions on your tour, feedback, opinions, come talk with me. I'm Olden, a former dean of Belborg Culture Art. Now the curator of the museum. Pleased to meet you. And I would like to chat with you. I'll talk with you best. What does the museum do? Belborg History and Culture, Asian Chronicles, and Sacrifice for Data. These brings bring it to over 700 years worth of electricity history to methods since when did her pass? History is only 700 years old. It's not really that old. When they're in the snow, so it's tour together. Culture of art. When they shown in the Burton, Brandon, see all the made murder, Latia, serving as 16. Good man, this number. Oh goodness. Okay. To understand your past, it doesn't pass, your persistence, it has to look about it, it's grateful that where it goes, he's rejected, became the stereotype of artist, no opportunity for starting all this. Classic starting artist, I could barely handle basic necessities, shelter a little in my dream. Funny thing is, when I was ready to sit down my paintbrush and stop doing art for good, then my master handed me a deal. They wanted me to go back and become a professor, and so I agreed. I gave it all I had and eventually climbed my way up beyond the dean of college. I'm proud of all my students, many of which are famous artists in the Everwinter city. My life has been pretty smooth sailing ever since. After my training, I accepted Maureen Guardian Baronia's invitation to become a curator of this museum. What happens next? We'll see. No further questions. Yeah. That was so weird. I'm like, internet is fine. Right over there. Can we look at anything? Like, I actually look at things now. Work of photography. Sure. That captures the appearance of the abandoned mining town. You know, why are the street lamps lit in an abandoned mining town? Scale model of the most common form of public transportation in Belfast. They can see all the same, making ding-dong sounds as they pass. Belfast love this traditional and trustworthy form of transportation, even though its trustworthiness can waver during rush hours.
Now the General Hall can return to its former glory. Thanks for your help. The meteor fragment. It's so majestic.
Looks like an ordinary rock.
Didn't you already say that? Forget it. It's thanks to you that we got it back in one piece. If you want to call it a rock, call it a rock. The General Hall is ready to open to the public again.
I absolutely love that. She's like, yeah, I get it.
Oh, by the way, the museum's previous manager resigned recently to pursue his dream of becoming a writer. So, if you're interested, do you think you'd like to take up the post part-time?
A manager?
I promise you it won't be a boring job.
Yeah, I didn't even give you the option to refuse. It's enticing.
So that's a yes? Great! Now that that's settled, let's go pay a visit to the museum lobby secretary, Eris. She's a talented worker and can tell you everything there is to know about museum matters.
I hate that you have to get right up close and personal. Oil painting. This one's an oil painting. An open administrative district will majesty. The administrative district that's larger than you remember. Maybe it's because there are many places off limits to you. Yes. Oh. Hello, Eris.
Allow me to introduce you two. This is Eris, our secretary. And this is the savior of Belobog from the Express. I'm sure you've heard her name many times already.
That is not at all what the subtitles say, but okay.
Oh yes, I've heard so much about you. It's so nice to finally have the pleasure of meeting you.
Nice to meet you. I'm sure she hears that she's very pretty all the time. Nice to meet you too.
In addition to her secretarial duties, Eris is also a student at the Belobog College of Art. She's very knowledgeable about the museum's exhibits and their history. Eris, starting today, she is going to be our museum manager. Please keep her updated on matters relating to the opening and operation of the exhibits.
I love
My
art.
pleasure, Miss Payla. Leave it to me. I'll keep our manager up to speed on every detail. Would you like to begin with the museum's workflows?
You bet I would.
That's the spirit. Let's get started then.
Oh. Oh. Oh dear. Data score shown here. Management benefits are influenced by 3 parameters. The higher museum's rank, the more benefits it will bring in. Beautifully art. Are there a grapevine? The museum manager is quite. I guess. Yeah, I'm. What? This is not at all what I was expecting. Museum funds. Oh. Okay, fine. I kind of deserve a gold star. Everyone is so polite. Oh. Tour guidance, education material, visitor promotion. Let's say tour. Guidance, and then don't have enough to get him quite yet. I got it for that educational value. Sort of panicky. Get lost even if I wanted to. I absolutely love games like this, little management style games. Upgrade General Hall exterior to level 5. Oh, the rewards isn't as assistant. Oh, I recognize these folk. This actually is so blatant and it is a short-term and beautiful piece of art. Level 4. It was a blast, kids were all over it. Nice. Alright, this is the best I can do with these ones. Could there be more interactive stuff? Instantly went to day 7. Each transaction increases by 5. Good. Awesome. With any exhibition area in perfect S condition, complete 3 rounds of management. Okay. Contract. And I couldn't get less than this. Still detailed. Very interesting. So 5 out of 7, 4 out of 11. Can't recruit for what? Awesome. Ayla seems to be looking for you in the Great Hall. Hmm? You still knew you managed the museum so well that it was as though you had done it for years. I'm impressed. Aw, thank you. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just following my heart. Previously, we planned to only open the external area of the Great Hall to manage the cost. Now that we're doing so well, I think it's time we open the internal area to the public. Tisa, manager Zora. I hope the museum will be revised steadily. Need your help. Go ahead and talk to Eris. She'll tell you how to manage multiple exhibition areas simultaneously. Keep up the good work. I wonder what, like, everyone's... There's people! Oh. How do you recover lost art exhibits? Also, there's 15! 7, 7, 12, and 3. 6, 4, 8, and 4. 5, 2, 1, and 4. Guest assistants. Interesting. Aww. Babe. It's so much brighter than back home. I will send you. I remember how I forget those feelings. Is your job and tail? Or... Oh, excuse me, miss. Military bedroll used 700 years ago against the anti-major legions. Most reliable bed for the swimming guards of the past. Typical pre-eternal freeze protection after all. With the current weather, such thin bedrolls no longer serve a purpose. Little things like that would, like, completely slip my mind to even think about mentioning. Need your shirt from outer space and land along my leaves in the year. She's behind this place. A shard, maybe one of them maybe left behind. I was about to say. Travel. Let's go back to Travelog. Curiosity. I'm here. Achieved? What has been achieved? The memories you share. Open up the general exhibition area of the Billabong History and Cultural Museum. Start museum management. Alright. You want to keep me company for a while? You're so funny, Mrs. Irwin. Alright. A ledger of curiosities. Operational objectives. Okay. is now qualified as museum assistant to equip museum New exhibit area open. Don't forget to set an assistant here. Oh. Okay. Cool. Just a wee little one. Miss Eris is such. Miss Eris is such a what? Scan mission. Awesome. Oh, hi there. You collect landscape paintings, right? As you can see, these exhibits are the same category still missing in the Great Hall. They are all made by the great painter Rambai. Okay, it's currently high on to see art. I know him too well. He must have personally the last man, but he worked at the time. Do you teachers not? Who's that? Do you just be allowed on you to avoid trouble? Unlikely he hates doing his work in isolation. Also, he will definitely paint outdoors. Let me check his paint. Some missing guy looks like that. So paints everything. And he should be over there. I'm on it and I'll be back in a jiffy. Great, off you go then. Oh yeah, take this with you. We agreed to sell things in cash, and here's the money. If he's done painting, then you can hand him over to him immediately. But the dude's a quirky temper. If he insists on not taking payment, don't waste your time. Just keep it as a delivery fee for yourself. We will have the best museum. Can't see much of anything. Oh, you can see some of the stuff. The melody of your footstep echoes in the silent snowdrift. Just like a drifting snow phantom, you've come in the dead of winter. And so you are? I'm a Zorwing. A Zorwing, what a delightful name. Nice to meet you. Have we met somewhere before? I forget, it's not important. My name is Rubini, and I'm currently absorbed in creating an exhibit for the Bellabog History and Culture Museum. So then, what can I humbly do for you? I'll come to talk art with you. Evans, this is unbelievable. Someone is coming all the way out into the icing frostcape to talk with me. Just to talk art with me. I had a great time. I just finished with this landscape piece, a vast overlooking log. I'm going to call it Ray of Dawn. I finished, but I can't feel like it's missing something somewhere. Seeing as you're someone who understands art, could you give it once over? What do you think of this painting? From the composition of color palette and the communication of motifs, you pull out all the stops to offer up all the insight you can give. That's perfect! That's exactly what I wanted to hear! You're really insightful about art. With this kind of suggestion, the painting will be even more dazzling than the garum ores in the museum. Benny hastily makes revisions on the painting based on your feedback. Oh my, you're right. Now this revision is Ray of Dawn is the finished item. Thank you so much, my friend. I'm sending it to the old man right now. I want him to know that every delay of mine was worth it. He runs off on his own. And I get to keep this view, I suppose? I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Whoops.
It's getting late. Where to now?
To the museum. Yes, I'd like to go in. I wonder if it costs anything to go into the museum. The museum has finally reopened. I got moved on. You're really fast, so yeah, look see. Really good name, good work. I know just where to hang it. Alright. Let's see what he's did. He says to place the exhibit in the correct position. Wow. He's finding the lost exhibits. Continue operations to keep finding clues. Exhibits can bring benefits and special boosts. Ray of Dawn by Rabini, a paragon of the northernmost movement, depicts the bellbug basking in the morning sun. You can only see snow from the snow curtain, but the artist saw a ray of hope behind it, and this must be why they managed to become an artist. An oil painting with bellbug at a distance by the painter Rabini. Hmm. 20504. Out of 17. Oh boy. Portuguese would love it. General Hall interior to level 4. General Hall interior to level 4. Awesome. I was gonna say, I do have the right area, yes. Okay. General Hall Interior, level 4. Otherwise, I think I'm just gonna sit on money for a bit. General Hall Exterior and Interior. Will we be able to go into other areas? Good time. If you haul the scattered all around the block now, and I'm afraid there's no way in Ultimate Link. Oh, I can't get Spanish. Alright, let's go and get ourselves a cannon.
Will of preservation.
Let's wait and see.
Mercy of the Fool. Not this cannon? Okay. Awesome sauce. Do I need to fight the enemy? Use the function. So it's at the pinch. Oh, this one. Should be there. Bring back an entire cannon. Okay. Hey, that's good condition. Quick fix and revert position. Alright. So something that we've brought in. The Silvermane Guards Cannon. The weapon might be a little outdated, but its firepower is enough to defend the place in Bellabog. You may not realize it, but in your short journeys as a wanted person, its muzzle is frequently pointed at you. Number 13. Let's see. General Hall exterior to level 8. I love the museum is great. Ah. We're off to get another personal assistant. And a friend. And a friend. I will say, even though you can't wander the world as much as you can in Genshin, I don't hate it. The areas that you can go are just all the more special from it. And then you're like, oh, there's so much more city out there. If only I could go there. And sure, you might feel a little disappointed that you can't. But it helps create a sense of mystery to the world. With Genshin, you can like look at it and just go there. But here, it's always just out of reach. Interested in volunteering at the museum? Coincidence, you came asking about this right over to Payla. She passed me an application form and asked me to fill it out, submit it to museum reception desk, and wait for a call and interview. I'm still on the fence. Why now? You get paid daily and 3 square meals in the house. Seems like goodness, is it that much of a hassle? Exactly, it's typical error. Still, Payla's right. When sitting knows for friends, we'll get flack if we don't go through the normal process. You're at the right time. Could you take a look at my resume, see if it needs any modifications? Sure, leave it to me. Yeah, I can always count on you. Just my resume to you then. Alright, she has a PhD in human energies. My guards, vision, research, lead research for special skills. Manufacturing. I mean, I think it looks good. It looks surprisingly formal. It's not like something I would write, is it? To be honest, back when I was doing research in technology, I've been spent time dealing with all the messy forms. Kind of right now, I can see a form header. It says battle logs, different cards, quick before it. My hand just starts moving on its own. I can't write anything else. But then again, it's the preferred style. Go for it. So it should be fine. Or do you think I should let it loose? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, long-winded, nor I can't catch the reviewer quickly. It's shortened into good everything. Personal experience? This column. I haven't I hope you guys still in crisis. Write this. Let's see if I'm seeing 10 times and successfully see. Name? Seriously, you have. Yeah. Oh, like when I rock roll. Alright. I like. I hope I didn't mess that up. I'm like, it was fine. It very. I don't know. I just couldn't think of anything else to add or change it. I do wish I didn't have to like stop and talk. That's a sign. Nothing. Please follow me to. Click to. Ready to go. Not so fast. You come with us. Next evening after all the course, so I go to the next step. Decide interest in what's in your order. Right back. Let's begin. It's so formal. Oh, Sarah. I'd like to help other people. I think I'm hungry. What's the next question? As far as I know, it's not your real name. Doreen, that's so you, very boldly. They know this title. My personality. On the next question. See that? Service, it's a pass. By the way, Miss Paladin, so butch bullets now. I knew it. Here, I think high parts are good. They're mainly doing my job, but anyway, hope you revitalize. I yada yada through that like hella. I just hella yada yada. I like took one look at that and I was like, sure, whatever, why not? Qualified as a museum assistant. Awesome. What area do we need to level up? Exterior. Level upgrade General Hall exterior to level 8. Really? Really? I'm very surprised. I would have thought she would have been all about a visitor appeal. Grand Museum, truly worth Belbog's name. I just find it so surprising. This is sweet. No. A cunning child. High educational value of that one. Oh, he has no visitor appeal, that's why. A little bit of duration. so the museum manager. That keeps happening. I'm not sure who started that rumor. Let's give it another day. Alaska needs thumbs up. All this stuff for free. That's how I call it deal. So the museum is for free.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Awesome.
I've taken care of your wounds. I'm running short on medical supplies these days, though, so behave yourselves and stay away from trouble. You hear me? Don't pretend you didn't hear that, Hook. I'm talking to you.
Hook wasn't the one that caused trouble. It was those bad guys. We were just defending ourselves. Ask her.
The boss is always right.
See?
You are gonna spoil that kid. That's enough for now. I'll say this one last time, Hook. If you cause any trouble again, I'll take Diggertron away. Do you understand?
Hook understands.
The boss of the moles should stick to her word. I have patients to take care of. See you later.
Thank you again. If it weren't for you and Dr. Natasha, Hook and I probably would have been in big trouble.
What happened exactly?
Well, a few days ago, I found a geomarrow vein using a vein detector, and I sold this info to Antonia, a supervisor of the mining team. Then, those vagrants heard about it and accused me of being a traitor. They believe that since I'm also a vagrant who came from another mine and ended up in here for a living, I should naturally be on their side. The mining team could not agree with that, of course. I'm just too old for this.
Daddy? Are we short on money? Why did you do that?
My poor child. Daddy is old now. Who knows how long I can stay by your side? I have to start preparing for your future. People say I'm selfish, think I'm a traitor, but it doesn't matter to me. All you need to know is when I'm gone, you will have the money to take care of yourself and survive on your own.
Oh dear.
Daddy.
Forget about it. Since I've got the money from the mining team, I have nothing to complain about now. It's just a shame that I lost my vein detector. It was indeed a treasure.
Someone stole it?
I guess so. It's an ancient relic that can detect geomarrow veins. It's very rare. I haven't seen a second one in my life. I often carried it around looking for a new claim. I suppose some villains must have taken notice. Anyway, I guess I don't need the detector anymore. The less trouble, the better. I shouldn't care who stole my device. Whoever it was, I hope they get good use out of it.
Hook seems to be giving me a look that says, Hook wants to talk to you outside the clinic, now. So that's why people call eyes the windows to the soul.
Hello. Interested in volunteering at the museum? Ring the bell location. Going back up again. Come to think of it, when I was young, I used to pester my foster parents about going there all the time. I never thought such a day would come. So how do I become a volunteer? Well, sure, there's an application form. Here you go. Application form for volunteer guides. It does look very official. We'll go ahead and fill this out then. Just give me one moment. It's for children 12 and under. Appreciate the gesture. Happens I want to go to the museum anyway. It's a rare opportunity. Of course, let's go. And away we go. Sneaking past Hook. Don't mind.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Why do you always say that whenever we teleport somewhere?
Don't get your clothes wet.
I like the idea that as we're working here, just like, just something makes us think of a friend of ours, and we're just like, oh, and then we grab like a volunteer application for it. We're just like, we know someone. Let me. Here is her volunteer guy. Hello, passing me on. Do you know each other? Haven't seen. Right when the overrun connected, I was in charge of contacting everyone in the wildfire. At the time was hear me. To guide, here's the next step. Good advice. Don't worry, it's just formality. Won't ask too many questions. Since your assistant successor for the interview, then you're ready. I keep going off in the wrong direction. Alright, let's start. Guys, I just massacred that episode. Good. Question seems rather pointed. Nah, since you're curious, I'll fill you in there. Actually, the answer is very simple. Since I've never met my parents, and I don't remember the surname they passed down to me. They take me in, but they didn't ask me to take their surname. They just hoped that I could be myself, and not just a footnote of some family line. I never cared too much about the matter. Oh, no, the surname. Here's for you. Books history and your such a precarious family story. Thanks for sharing. It's very I should continue. Let's continue. It's beautifully written both here. I cared. And hopefully we should. This is the letter. It's from Miss Natasha. Maybe catch with the eyes. Or I will say I'm just not much in a mood for wall of text today. What's your reason for wanting to be a volunteer? I'm afraid it's nothing lofty. Maybe just fulfilling a child's dream. Also, I just want to retell what I see here to the kids who couldn't make it up to the overworld. They'd love to hear it. Oh, it's holiday then? Congratulations, it's a pleasure to be able to work with you again. Pleasant mine too. Hope you see you in the future as well. Awesome, awesome. Pale. Natasha. Several is number 7. Oh, I use that hook. Sampo. Here's Church, her raid, her brother. Oh my gosh, there's so much personal intrigue. Natasha is qualified and assistant. Well, several knows things. Natasha knows people. I was literally just thinking how I needed somebody. Oh my gosh, awesome, thank you. Who had visitor appeal. General Hall, exterior, level 8, level 8. There's this the entry the room the log lane. Had a blast. Think of time. How fast this old photo? And just forget how it's going. I'm afraid there's no way. I was gonna say. Yeah, I think this is faster than waiting for the elevator. Maybe. I mean, you still have to run over to the elevator, so it's not like it's.
Repay.
What a headache.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Alright.
A moment's excitement, nothing more.
Are we supposed to be. We're supposed to. We brought it back? Like, I'm sorry, but what? I brought it back. I'm sorry, what? I was gonna say. Iron probably was going to convert you and advance the energy required for all kinds of devices. Wow. I want to do something after all of this. Let's not level up things if we don't have to. Give a huge thumbs up before you go. Of course. Okay. Hello. Are you looking to have a chat? Not this time. I'm here to help restore some relics. I was just wondering when you'd be in. Come on, let's go. Ooh. Ah, this. There we go. Not too bad, thanks to you. I've been restored ahead of schedule. So what do we help restore? Oh, a little radio. Right, the antique radio. How precious. Thanks to you, half the exhibits in the general hall have been recovered. Come and talk to me at the exhibit hall. Mr. Noodle? Since either well, so far with your help, they said the journey is going to be open to the public. Wow, that's amazing. It's my first time visiting the about your effort to museum. I express gratitude to you personally. Here's the reward you deserve. We appreciate it. Truly. Let's see. Was a blue one. This one. Poorly managed. Dramatic improvement. Flourishing growth. Bustling activity. Prosperous glory.
Good to see you! The General Hall has been receiving a lot of visitors lately. The yearning for history and art has reawakened in the hearts of Belabagians, thanks to your superb management. You know, I never guessed you'd become a pro at this job. I only wanted you to experience the fun of working here.
Aww.
So I'm curious, how do you like being the museum manager?
I love it. Loads of fun.
I know, right? And it really gives you a sense of accomplishment. Anyway, there's something else I wanted to talk to you about. There's been a new development in the museum theft case.
Oh?
First, I need to show you something. Here, this way.
Alright.
After the General Hall opened to the public, the Silvermane Guards and Wildfire did a follow-up investigation in the underworld. Progress was really slow, but they managed to hunt down some new clues. If the next stage of the investigation is successful, we should be able to open up the industrial hall to the public.
Everywhere on the streets of Belloc, however, with a device like this, eternal freeze might really be dispelled.
And here we are. The item that's supposed to be in this exhibit is a modern sculpture called Gears and Wisdom. It's a little hard to describe. Sort of abstract. It's made of gears and mechanical parts, and it's about the same height and weight as the average person. Basically, it's too heavy for someone to just pick up and run off with. As you can see, this sculpture was placed at the entrance hall of the Industrial Hall because it symbolizes the industrial spirit that Belabagians have lived, breathed, and produced for centuries. Without it, the Industrial Hall loses its soul. We have to retrieve the sculpture before we can open to the public.
Where should we look?
It seems we'll have to make another visit to the underworld. It took nearly 20 years from design to completion to make Gears and Wisdom.
Oh.
We can't let all that painstaking work and talent go to waste. We have to get it back. I received some intel just earlier today. Someone said they found clues related to a gang of thieves in the underworld's robot settlement. I don't know if they'll lead us to the sculpture, but it's worth a try. We can head over to the robot settlement as soon as you're ready.
Let's go.
Let's head out then.
This is my priority, I would say, at least.
There's quite the crowd here today. Where do we start?
Clara!
Huh? Ah, you mean the little girl in red? I remember her. I saw her in the overworld at Lady Bronya's succession ceremony. I don't know if she can give us any leads, but it's always good to say hi to a friend. Basic courtesy, right?
Of course. Basic courtesy. Also, Claire just seems to know things. Little thief. Some abrupt scratches on the mountain.
Take a look at these marks. These are very suspicious. Could they have been left by the culprit? They point in that direction. Let's go take a look.
Ah, it's Big Sister and Miss Pelageya Sergeyevna.
Oh my
Do
gosh.
you remember my full name? This kid is really something.
She is.
Nice to meet you, Clara. What brings you to the robot settlement?
Well, something strange happened in the settlement recently. I'm asking the grown-ups who live nearby if they know anything about it.
Something strange? Can you share any details?
Well, recently, a lot of the little robots in the settlement started behaving strangely. It's like they malfunctioned suddenly, all at the same time. They started roaming around, breaking into people's tents, destroying their belongings. It was a real headache for the people living here.
Never a quiet day in the underworld.
Yeah, I guess. Mr. Svarog scanned the robots for irregularities, but the results all came back normal. So, I don't think it's a hardware issue.
So they're malfunctioning collectively.
Sounds like they could use our help.
You're right. Since we're already here, Clara, we'll help you investigate what's going on with the robots.
Really? But don't you and Miss Pale have something important to do?
It'll be fine. We have other people in the underworld working on the investigation, too. Besides, we don't have any clues yet, so we may as well do something useful.
Thanks a lot. I was worried about handling the robots on my own, but with your help, it should be easy.
The duty of the Silvermane Guards is to serve the people. So where can we find these robots? Clara, can you lead the way?
Of course. Just follow me. Look, over there.
Looks normal enough on the surface.
Show no mercy.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's time.
I'll see you off. Here, there's thunder.
Bruh.
So aggressive. Are all the robots in the settlement like this?
No, it must be malfunctioning. Sorry, little robot, but it looks like you're sick. I'm gonna take off your shell and give you a checkup.
Look,
This component doesn't seem like it belongs here.
Claire, can I take a look?
Oh, of course.
There's no mistaking it. This component was taken from Gears and Wisdom.
Why do? This is just a proud
What do
thing.
you think? It's obviously the same people who stole the meteor fragment. No wonder Wildfire and the Silvermane Guards were never able to find Gears and Wisdom. Keeping such a conspicuous piece of art around wouldn't go unnoticed. The thieves must have disassembled it and hidden the parts inside the robots. But the best laid plans of snow, mice, and men often go awry. They didn't realize the parts would interfere with the robots' systems and cause them to run amok. Now we just need to find all the malfunctioning robots and retrieve the sculpture pieces one by one.
Two birds, one
I
stone.
never imagined this would help you solve the case. That's great.
Let's get to work then. We're going to get all the stolen pieces back.
The grown-up said that the spot where the malfunctioning robots appeared is in this direction.
50. 50! Oh, gosh.
I commend.
Let's wait and see.
$50.
And look at these. How unusual. They don't appear to have been left by a human.
Repay.
Don't mess with me.
Lance at the ready.
I'll see you off.
Bro, why do you have to
foregone
be so
conclusion
slow?
that conflict is pitiless.
What a headache.
The little robots in this area should all be back to normal now.
Okay.
We also got some parts of the sculpture back. It's not a lot, but it's a start.
Let's start looking in the next area.
Don't mess with me.
Show no mercy.
A moment's excitement, nothing more.
Why are the characters in such trouble targeting them?
Here is thunder.
So you are afraid of me.
I'm on guard.
You chose the...
Okay, I will say that I was worried.
Looks like we rescued all the robots in this area too. This is taking longer than I imagined. At this pace, it'll take us the entire day to fix all these robots.
Is it really necessary to find all the parts?
I get what you're saying, but... Alright, I give up. That sculpture has dozens of individual parts. There's no way we'll recover them all at this rate. We just need enough parts to put it back together. As for the rest, I'll have replacements made. But you have to promise to keep this a secret. You too, Clara.
Don't worry. I'll keep your plan super secret, Miss Kayla.
Thanks, Clara. Let's get on to the next area then.
$40 instead of $50. I want to get all of them though. Like, it's going a lot faster than I thought it was.
Shh! Keep your voices down. It's a big one. I guess that's true.
Oh, poor little Grizzly.
Little.
There must be a lot of sculpture parts jammed inside. Let's go give him a checkup.
There was more.
Phew. All finished. This robot will reboot on its own after a while. Let's leave him be. Miss Pela, here's all the sculpture pieces I found.
Good work, Clara. Let's see here. We still don't have anywhere near enough.
I'm gonna keep picking robots and ready to
Do
help.
we have any other choice? I am starting to feel a little worn out, though.
I know. How about we go talk to Mr. Svarog? He might not be able to round up the robots, but I'm sure he'll have some good ideas.
I've never met Svarog before.
Don't worry. Mr. Svarog has warmed up to guests a lot more now.
I just want to try something.
A foregone conclusion. Conflict is pitiless.
So you are afraid of me.
I commend it.
Let's wait and see.
Anyway, I was not at all paying attention. So I have 19. Now I am paying attention.
Repay.
Lance at the ready.
Here is thunder.
Nice. Nope,
Battles
still
are chess
19.
games. No two are alike.
Huh? Is Mr. Svarog talking to other...
Clara, you have returned, and you have brought with you the Outsider and Querying Database. Silvermane Guard Intelligence Officer Pelageya Sergeyevna, it is a pleasure to meet you.
It's nice to meet you, Mr. Svarog.
Hey! Pix's Clara's back!
Big sis, hello.
What brings you two here today?
These two young humans found a suspicious batch of components. They wish to deliver them to me to earn my appreciation. However, the origin of these components is unknown, and they have no practical utility. It is difficult to ascertain their value.
Suspicious components? Can we have a look at them?
As you wish.
Well, let's see these parts.
Sure enough, these parts are from the museum's sculpture.
You found way more parts than we did. Where'd you find some of the parts?
These kids found way more than we did fixing all those robots. What an embarrassment.
Me and my sister were playing outside. We heard some grown-ups talking about what they were going to do with the parts. It seemed suspicious. They were acting a little sneaky. We hid in the shadows and waited until we heard them snoring.
And then we quietly dragged away the boxes with the parts and gave them to Mr. Svarog. That was really risky behavior. If those grown-ups had woken up, things could have gotten really dangerous for you two.
We were just trying to help.
Aww.
Oh, what? Don't cry. Listen. These parts don't belong to Mr. Svarog, but you two were still a big help to us.
Thanks for saying that. Nice. Yes, you're real nice savers.
I am unable to determine the logic behind this series of events, but if your actions have benefited her and her companion, then you are indeed worthy of praise, little girl.
See? I told you Mr. Svarog had warmed up to guests.
Really? So, we were a big help, weren't we? Awesome!
With these parts, we should have enough to put the sculpture back together. More or less. This isn't good. If what those kids said is true, then the museum thieves have operatives working in the settlement. I'll get in touch with the Wildfire and the Silvermane guards right away, and have them investigate the matter thoroughly. But for now, let's take the parts we have back to the museum, or we'll be here all night.
It's getting late. Where to now?
He works strenuously to reassemble gears and wisdom.
If I'd known how much work this was going to be, I would have enlisted more help. But see the final product for yourself. Not too shabby, is it?
Not at all. How different is it from the original?
You want to know what happens to people who vandalize exhibits? I call the Silvermane guards, and they carry you away. Take a look. As long as you don't pull out the blueprints and spend dozens of hours comparing, this version is virtually indistinguishable from the original. Excellent work. With Gears and Wisdom back, the Industrial Hall can reopen to the public. If you're still interested in managing the museum, why don't you go talk to Miss Eris about opening up the Industrial Hall? In the meantime, I'll follow up on the exhibit theft case. I wonder if any new clues were found over in Svalrog's domain. I'll let you know if we get any new leads. I have a hunch that we're close to uncovering the
Clara! Yes, Claire is absolutely going in the industrial hall. I imagine that the gears would have been able to turn if all of them had been there. Well, let's manage our museum. So, we were able to recruit Clara. She knows a lot and she's good with people, but she can't be here all the time. And the industrial hall. Alright, day 20. Hold on, let's see. Collect a total of 5 exhibits. Check and complete 1 random management, which we are looking to do. Am I out? That's okay. Let's continue. Just the glass control. This stuff's so nice. These are a little star. Doors here are so great. Bless my heart. Bless their heart. Let's see. What is upgrade the industrial hall to level 4. Some exhibits I want to check out. Why am I eye spinning about what should have this kind of tech? Now we're starting to get more specialized, like ones that are really good at 2 things, but just terrible with another. Finally open, so fun. I love geomorph refinement. Wow, and automation is so cool. Give it another day. Covered so clean, nice. This is such a sweet place. Awesome. And alright. I do believe it's level 4. Level 4, 4, and 8. Gears and wisdom. I finally get to see the real deal. I live here and it's so warm here. I want to live here and never leave. In this past 700 years, a little bit of log has seen main terminals and changes. During your journey, everything is soon. Maybe find marks of your trail, please. Looks needs restoring. Awesome. I'm here to help restore.
So that's how it works.
So what do we got? I know what we have, and I proceed to immediately forget about it. Automated control terminal. It's a fourth of the way done. Systems automated soldiers. Automatons are all automated, so not many people maintain this thing. How fast? 6 out of 15. Just under halfway there. Alright, let's continue to manage our museum. The exterior hall is done, working on the interior hall and industrial hall. You have 4 to potential 9 people? So, truly, we're just under halfway there. Interior. Upgrade general hall interior to level 7. Alright. So you just need to make enough. Torso oil plan, iron supply, and lovely tour guide. Great. Random event. Okay. Paid promotion. Thinks you can bring more reserve deposit overboard and underworld paying more. Okay. Awesome. Glad I had the money for that. The carpet's so clean and nice. Just a spare 12,000 just sitting there. So one just all just makes it sound check out. My eyes are spinning. Awesome. Fast kids roll over. It's the first one nice, you know, gold medal.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Another peaceful day in Boulder Town. It's all thanks to us moles. What you doing here? The Great Hook is certainly in high spirits. I'm not the boss of the moles for that reason. Oh, if it isn't the honorary member of the moles. Indulgent, ignoring the presence of pitch dark hood of the Great. I'm in a good mood today, so you're off the hook. No pun intended. How can I help you, honorary member? You volunteering at the museum? The museum? Volunteering? What's that? Volunteering is where you volunteer to help somebody else out. Wow, sounds like a perfect thing for us moles. That's so, dear honorary member. If that's so, dear honorary member, let's go. Let's go to this museum. Yeah, that's the one, the museum. I want to go and be a volunteer. A volunteer? It's a volunteer. Yeah, that's one, a volunteer. All right, let's go. I can't wait. Before we go, you have to fill out an application form. Application form, what's that? Show it to me. These right things here, too easy. Watch this. You know that. Beat up baddies. So, yeah. You can't see it. Tough seek from volunteers. Fine, let's go to the volunteers. Oh my gosh. I love Hook. She's starting to grow on me.
Where to now?
Yeah, la 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 la. Chain clinks together. Alright, good. Good. Should be great. Dear idea. Pay a little look at your resume. Are you clear on any other moves? Are you here to be a volunteer here? Oh, are you here to be, where's Pela? Pela asked I need to conduct the interview today. Aw, thanks, Clara. No problem. I'm gonna here to help you out. Let's get to lunch first. So, I'm Mrs. Oring. It's fine. I'd love to help. Oh, thank you so much. Well, let's start the interview. If you're ready, we'll wait for you. Clara! Alright, let's begin. I'm not sure what either. Going to Payla. The interview is to find out when a person is suitable enough to face-to-face conversation. Chat. That's great. Not exactly. It's easy. I fully understand it. Right, let's get started. Hey, Clara, don't be nervous. Okay, I'm fine. Doesn't feel right for you to say this anyway. Let's start asking a question about your resume. Huh? Okay. Sorry, you're chirping in. Seems like another nervous. I'll take over this interview for me. I'm a careful category. So why do you want to be a volunteer, guys? If you think, well, two things. Truthfully. Having guys go. Helps fans all these before really. I really see how to work with a volunteer guide. Let me think. Oh, great. Good, really good. Okay. Question. What will the next question be? He's not going back now. Hook is just like a take charge. Nice as well. Can't you? Personal dear guy. Hello, you will be teaming with life. Well, you're right in a sense. Since throwing, I'll take Hook with me to prepare for the job. Thanks for It's no big deal. Thanks for your help. Swing by if you're free. Remember. Oh, Hook knows nothing. Hook knows nothing, but gosh, is she a personality. Oh, I can check it from here. Let's see, 4, 6. Her whole interior. Where's Hook? Ugh, so close. Plans stuff here so nice. Your guys are great. Bless your hearts. I'm learning to read those faster. Either that or they're taking longer. Gosh, got 30k. Alright. Level 7. That's probably open. Give them this packet. See if it helps. We'll refine it. I think it is just taking longer. Two future paintings. Great mind. Alright. I hold him partially, you're smashing open a solid rock. With his mighty hammer, the natural sword spurts forth. Oh, I'm so hungry, I can't wait anymore. I wish I had some stone-grilled worms. I actually have one. Stone-grilled Ah, that smell. Isn't this a stone-grilled I've been the entire stone-grilled. They may look weird, but they taste is just unbeatable. Thank you, oh kind-hearted stranger. Thanks you can feel my taste burning up like that. Things you really smell about you. Forget probably nothing. My name's Rubini. I'm currently racking my brains about the thing. Oh, as an exhibit for the Belloc History and Culture Museum, my Rubini will add the finishing touches to the landscape. In a great mind, I beseech you to bear witness. So it's done. I shall the laborers. A great name. Great minds think alike. Firstly, since being the museum, it's time for all the people of Belloc to enjoy this powerful artwork. Until next time, kind one, if you're still interested in paint, go check out the museum. I can pick up another tip for this. I absolutely love that just talking to him is how you help him.
It's getting late.
I will say, if I do have to pay him back, pay him for all of those things, I'm perfectly fine with it. He deserves to pay for his work. Looks like he's improved. like I know what he's painting. Oh, I like just looked over and I'm like, oh yes, everything's going fine, and I see that I've dropped it quite a few frames again. So please now be put on display. The painting, excuse me. Labor is where a painting normal movement depicts a scenery of a great line. This picture might cause the words to harbor impractical notion of dusty mind. Anyway, I have no idea where those frames went. Gosh, I've lost a lot of them. Nice. Additional operational objectives. Day 31. General Hall exterior to level 11. Alright. Awesome. Nerd heaven. I mean, pretty much just as long as it's still S. Thomas, so cool. Call it Nerd Heaven, but he absolutely came back. Aww. How to get used to it, just go ahead. Awesome.
So that's how it works.
Just lay down. There's a copy of it right side up. And I once more proceeded to forget. I wonder, when the frames drop, where do they go? It's like it's an antique desk lamp. It's like something that we'd find nowadays. Anywho, let's continue. Day 33. We've been here for quite a while. The smell of the museum is great. Let's just do another one right up back to back. Draw, dropping beautiful piece of art. Alright. General Hall exterior to level 11. Let's see. Load. There we go. Awesome. The guide lay with. Did he really flirt with a guide? Awesome. Nice to get you, Wallace. I mean, perfect this. Let's see. Oh, he is. He's good at what he does. Two things are missing here. I just realized. Give me a moment, Halo. Oh, the Golden Theater. Flourishing growth. Star Rail quests always end up lasting for some time. You can teleport. I'm out of two. My throat is hoarse. At least nobody can harmonize with me. Oh, hello there, citizens. I think it's really late. You must be wrong, though. Oh, sorry. As you can see, I'm definitely paying here, but I'm no art dealer. If you want to buy something, I'm afraid you'll have to trade it elsewhere. That's one of your paintings. No way. This art has been commissioned by the Belleville History and Agricultural Museum. This commission again means only paid nothing. Your commission. This price is 12. I could use you. Otherwise, to be honest, sold on to me. Oh, Madigan. Fine, in the case the painting is finished, you can leave with the painting. Good for it. That's a good call. Let's just ask for things. That's what I guess. Place near your hand.
Careful now. Don't get your clothes wet.
First time I had to pay him. I do wish I could have. I should have just gone along with it. Man, I'm so disappointed in myself. And there's no way to undo. So name is the theater's first ever director. Two words was forged in cold silver numbers we jump in. Not a bad name, I love it. So be it. This week's in front of display. We're winding up the Golden Theater. Yeah, the thieves in general all have been recovered. Come talk to me. Hello. Artistic license. This is awesome. Thanks for your hard work. Always happy to help. Truly. I was gonna say 6 more. We're over halfway there now. We're over halfway there.
Good to see you again. I've heard from Miss Eris that under your superb management, the museum is on the verge of regaining the thriving crowds of its heyday. If the momentum continues, and if the History Culture Hall can reopen on schedule, the museum's complete revival is surely just around the corner.
Culture Hall. Missing this time.
So, you guessed it already. I'm afraid there's been another theft. Like the previous cases, a valuable item was stolen from our exhibit. This time in the History Culture Hall. The item in question has a connection to you.
Huh? His photo? I can always see him. That's why I can hire. I'll give it to you right now.
That won't be necessary. We've already made a high-quality replica.
Awesome.
It'll be easier to explain once we're actually in the History Culture Hall. Why don't I take you there now? With an exhibit like this, all Belabagians will know your story. You can probably guess from the name that the History Culture Hall houses artifacts, replicas, and documents that are of great historical significance to Belobog. Every passing day, we Belabagians must continue to endure the city's harsh environment. The trials and experiences of our ancestors serve as a reminder that the path of survival belongs to every generation of our people. Every child in Belobog should visit this exhibit at least once. No, once isn't nearly enough. This is the item in question. This projector is a limited edition version, custom made for the museum. The only one of its kind in the whole of Belobog. It can produce images with a resolution up to... Oh, sorry. I'm doing my tour guide thing again. I'm sure someone as well-traveled as yourself has seen much fancier equipment than this.
So, broken, not so...
Oh, that's not the issue. The issue isn't the projector, but the microfilm that goes into it. It's the most crucial piece of this exhibit, and it was stolen. There were some very valuable images on that film, and we hadn't gotten around to making a backup. I must admit, the thieves chose a good target, and they were fast and efficient.
I love seeing these ladies in the background.
Slide projection is a new addition to the museum. It was intended to be a surprise for visitors when the History Culture Hall reopened. If we don't recover the microfilm, the hall's opening will have to be postponed indefinitely. Some of the images stored on that film are related to you, Miss March 7th, and Master Don Hong. The curators of the museum wanted to take this opportunity to tell the story of the Astral Express's visit to Belobog.
Oh. Can you do a secret photo shoot of us?
Beside the point. Is that your phone?
Bronya, I heard you're back in Belbog. How have you been? Ah, life's been fulfilling. I'm busy lately, but it's been fulfilling. Right about that. Thank you for taking the time to help us. Payla's already reported me on matters regarding museum management and the recovery of valuable exhibits. Thanks to your efforts, progress has been made on these fronts. The Arctic thief has not yet been apprehended, and they cannot be allowed to remain longer. If time you can. So, this is the follow-up investigation funds. That's on with Payla. I'm with Payla right now. We'll go together. You're with Payla? Excellent. I'll be waiting in my office.
Was that a message from Lady Branya?
So it was.
This theft case has been dragging on for too long. She must have decided to intervene.
It has been going on for like a month.
If she can delegate more resources to the investigation, that should help it move forward faster. No point in waiting around here then. Let's go pay Lady Branya a visit.
This sculpture where it was frozen something and you could turn over the during their destructions. This particular one was immortalized and exhibit taking and surprise might be a form of fortune for its meager existence. Interesting. And then this one, which I'm gonna go on record of saying is a bit more tragic. So Voyage Ranger. You don't understand the Voyage Ranger being oh, it's a monster. Okay. Well, I mean, it was a person who was turned into a monster. Monster. There's a tragedy full of merit. Mediocrity, misery, and upstanding mistakes can cause every anguish known to humanity to the billowbugs. An exceptional power reducing became a candidate to become Supreme Guardian. Her naive kindness was abused by those in power with malevolent intent, who took all the authority as their own, and whose country continuously to carry out their present rule against it just to augment their own greed. Finally, hit the news Wednesday night, and lost her life to her own subjects. The people cheered for the fall of the tyrant. Essentially, a mayor of the story is an elegy of cages. The fool, Kryl Rent. Oh. It's fine and good to be kind, but there is a difference between being kind and then just sitting down and rolling over to the point where others can take such advantage of you. I do love the portraits. We'll investigate more as we go about our day. Lost a handful of my friends. I really don't know what's wrong this time. I had everything fine and dandy. It's like, oh yes, everything's good. And then everything was not good. Well, I do sympathize with the piles of paperwork. Maybe it would help if the pieces of paper weren't as big as your torso.
Welcome. If I'm not mistaken, the two of you just rushed over here from the History and Culture Museum? I appreciate your coming here on such short notice.
I should have gotten involved earlier, but I was tied up with other responsibilities.
My apologies for letting you take on the investigation without proper support.
Oh, it's no trouble.
Branya, we never saw it like that.
There's no one else here, Payla. No need for such formality.
Okay, Miss Branya.
I heard that you helped recover a number of valuable items for the museum, and that you've been running the museum as a part-time manager?
Yes.
Do you have any...
Just thinking one sense. Hi there.
Is that so? I see. In any case, this fiasco has been going on right under our noses for too long. Regardless of how cunning and talented the culprit may be, we must draw them out and demonstrate the resolve of the architects. I will issue an immediate directive to mobilize all on-duty Silverman guards in the city to conduct a door-to-door investigation. You're familiar with many of the locals in the administrative district, right? If possible, I'd like you to head to the city center and see if they have any clues to offer us.
Any clues?
Understood. We'll head there at once, Miss Branya. Guess you're stuck with me again for this assignment. Let's meet up at Fountain Plaza.
Alright.
Will preservation.
Oh, god damn it. God damn it. I just got here. This guy's gonna see. What are the posters of these for? What else can I do? You for life. What one of posters? Whatever of me, you can take those away. Keep them doing. Who painted these magnificent portraits? I don't know. They're so beautiful. Who could it be? I'd love to know. Yeah, you have no idea. Of course, how would I? God, don't look at me bad. I confess everything. I painted already happy. No way, why haven't you painted one of me? You're asking too much. I never painted you because I forgot what you look like. Sorry. No, I've already said too much, please. I don't do this to know about these, please. Part of it. Hang on, let me make sure everything's okay. That is adorable. Let's go to the Central Plaza.
This place is an endless stream of people. Where do we start?
Let's start with the people we are now.
That'll be more efficient. I remember lots of folks like to relax around the plaza. Let's head there first.
Ready to sign the petition? Have any other questions? Ah, you mean the items that have been disappearing mysteriously from the History and Culture Museum? I heard tell. I wonder if they got their hands on the original manuscripts of Tale of the Winterlands.
Absolutely not. Don't worry, ma'am. I will protect those manuscripts with my life.
Oh, wow! That's a relief to hear. I didn't realize you were so passionate.
Sorry about that. Back to the topic at hand. Do you have any clues that could be linked to the theft of the museum's artifacts? Have you noticed anything unusual lately?
Well, let me think. The editorial department has been recruiting recently. The new editor-intern was scolded by the editor-in-chief a few times. And then... sorry. These are all everyday occurrences. I really don't know of any noteworthy clues.
I see. Sorry for taking up your time. Let's move along then.
Children of the Everwinter city, proud citizens of the preservation, hold your heads up high. Grind not against the mundane vulgarities of your everyday lives. Always remember, deep in your hearts, the teachings of the architects and the supreme guardian.
Interesting. So, you know it's your rival. But now he has. And do you know anything about the stolen museum artifacts?
If it isn't the savior of Belobog, the guardian's honored guest, child of the galaxy and stars. Welcome back to our eternally snow-covered yet forever beautiful winter metropolis.
Can you please answer the question we just asked?
I haven't heard of any stolen artifacts. These days, I'm too busy praising the grace of the preservation to be distracted by worldly matters. However, if your hearts are troubled by this affair, then I hope that Klepoth will bestow their blessings upon you both, and that you may soon find the evildoer who committed such a crime.
Thanks for your well wishes. Let's move on.
People are actually getting on and off them, and I love that.
The new Moo sour cream would cost me my life savings.
Cream. Cream and puts it forever.
I remember you. Do you have any questions after reading the Scam Prevention Guide? Perhaps you've decided to join the Dark Blue Scam Victims Association?
Anything museum artifacts?
How could I not? Precious items from the History and Culture Museum have been stolen one after another, and the culprit remains at large, despite the Silvermane Guard's noblest efforts to track them down. I'll tell you the truth. I've been preparing to publicly accuse the person responsible for this whole thing for 2 days now.
Huh? Oh, wait. So you have incriminating evidence against the culprit?
Evidence? Who needs evidence? Let me tell you, there is only one person in all of Belobog who could do such a thing. That shameless blue-haired fraudster.
Oh.
You guys are here to investigate the case? Perfect. I'll give you a list of the culprit's scams, too.
Sorry, sir. Today we're only here to investigate the museum thefts. And we can't close the case without evidence. If you come across any reliable clues, please report them to an on-duty Silvermane guard. Let's get going.
So, dead end.
Another half-day gone. And nothing to show for it. Ugh. Culprit is still hiding in the shadows. Can't we find even one lead?
Ah, if it isn't Belobog's most adorable public servant. And the magnificent outsider. Good day to you.
You know us?
Young lady, I have seen you on many occasions near the Everwinter Monument teaching children the history of Belobog. I am truly in awe of your knowledge and patience.
Okay, thanks for the compliment, I guess. May I ask, with whom do we have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Wallace Cambridge Limestein, the 25th head of the Limestein family. I am honored to make your acquaintance. And yes, I am familiar with this outsider next to you. She often walks right past me without so much as a greeting.
Why are you adding a grudge? I don't even know who you are.
I am Wallace Cambridge Limestein, the 25th head of the Limestein.
All right, we got it. Mr. Limestein, is there something you want to discuss with us?
As a matter of fact, I do. I noticed you two had been wandering around Executive Plaza for some time now, stopping to ask questions at every turn, so I surmised you were investigating something important. As it so happens, I witnessed a strange incident recently that left me quite puzzled. And after reflecting on it for a time, I decided it would be most appropriate to inform public officials.
This incident... Is it related to the museum thefts?
I can't say for sure that it's directly related, but a friend of mine I no longer hear from used to frequent the museum and often talked about its exhibits with a group of us tea lovers.
So by no longer hear from, you mean you've been unable to get in touch with this friend of yours?
Precisely. His name is Norbert. We used to chat during lunch breaks in the lobby of the Goethe Hotel, along with a few other high-class individuals, of course. And one day, Norbert suddenly stopped showing up to our tea parties. It was as though he disappeared into thin air. I still remember the last thing he said to me. Limestein, listen to me. One must be ambitious in life. I'm gonna do something big for once.
Be ambitious in life? Do something big for once? Coming from the mouth of a wealthy gentleman, that sounded rather curious to me. This Norbert guy, do you know what his line of work was?
I'm not entirely sure. I never asked.
So more of a drinking buddy than a friend.
What a preposterous statement. You wouldn't understand. Friendship between gentlemen is as pure as water. We are all dignified people. Why bother with such trivial matters?
In the eyes of most people, there's a world of difference between trivial matters and a career. I have recorded all the clues you provided, Mr. Limestein. Thank you for putting your trust in the Silvermane Guards. We will keep you informed if there are any developments in the investigation.
No, I should be thanking you, young lady of the guards. Well then, if that's all, I shall take my leave.
I wonder if this friend of Mr. Wallace has anything to do with the museum thefts. That's enough detective work for today. Questioning more people would just be a waste of energy.
To Lady Bronya, let's go take a
Miss Bronya, we're back.
Thank you both for your hard work. Did you find out anything in the administrative district?
We didn't find anything directly related to the museum thefts, but there was one thing worth noting.
Missing friend is off to do something big.
It was the man from the Limestein family who provided the information. Norbert. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Please give me a moment to see if I can recall. I remember now. The Minister of Transportation, Noel, has a nephew named Norbert. I believe he's currently working in the municipal department as a transportation coordinator.
Guess he comes from old money too.
Norbert's position is indeed an idle one. It's no wonder he has time to socialize with members of the Limestein family. If what Wallace said is right, then Norbert must have been missing for several days already. There must be someone who knows where he is, even if they want to keep the young man secret. They'll cough it up with the right kind of encouragement. Kyle, can I ask you a favor? I would like you to visit the residence of Mr. Noel and ask around regarding the whereabouts of Mr. Norbert.
Understood, Madam Guardian.
Goodbye, Kyle.
Lady Bronya, Miss Pela, I have returned.
Welcome back, Kyle.
You were quite expedient, Kyle. Did you find anything out from the Department of Transportation?
It took a little prodding, but a few of the more timid attendants started speaking up. They say that Mr. Norbert was indeed leaving at odd hours recently. Whenever someone would ask where he was headed, he'd mumble something about going to the shopping street to inspect the site. The attendants think he might have a love interest, someone he doesn't want his family to know about. They haven't mentioned anything to the Minister of Transportation.
Going out at unusual hours, the shopping street, could it be? I have a request. I'd like the two of you to scout out Backwater Pass and see whether anything is happening there.
Right there.
While the two of you were busy questioning people in the city, I received some tip-offs. One source said that suspicious people were recently seen sneaking around the Fragmentum corrosion zone, and that the Silvermane guards didn't prevent them from entering. Together with Norbert's mumblings about a shopping street, I think all these clues are pointing in one direction.
So this Mr. Norbert could well be the museum thief we're looking for?
Let's
We
go.
can't hold off a moment longer. Hurry! Let's go arrest that scoundrel.
My apologies, I have a lot of business to attend to at present. I won't be joining you. Good luck recovering the stolen items.
We can't delay a moment longer.
Let's head out.
We must be cautious. Whether the culprit is Norbert or someone else, he certainly has no shortage of helpers. Shh! There are people talking inside. Let's see if we can hear them.
But sir, pretending to be a Silvermane guard is a serious crime.
Stop acting like a wimp. You think you can make a fortune with that kind of attitude? Don't overthink things. Just play your part. Today's password is roast the sausage, not the bread. You got that?
Got it, sir. Roast the sausage, not the bread.
Don't let anything in that doesn't know the password. Not even a fly. You got that?
Don't worry, Mr. Norbert. I understand.
So it is Norbert after all. And he's making his accomplice impersonate a Silvermane guard. The audacity. We found the culprit. Now we just have to catch him red-handed.
What a headache. I'm on guard.
You chose the wrong enemy. A foregone conclusion. Here is thunder!
A moment's excitement, nothing more.
Hey, you two! Don't move!
Must be the accomplice. Let's think fast.
Say the password or get out of here! This isn't any old shopping street, you know.
Roast the sausage, not the bread.
Yes, that's correct.
So, you're gonna let us in now? We need to talk to Mr. Norbert about some important business-related matters.
Wait, did you just say Mr. Norbert? Who are you guys? This whole operation, the boss hasn't shown his face once. How could a couple of outsiders just walk in knowing his name?
Looks like our cover's blown. Guess we'll have to do this the hard way.
What a headache.
Eternal sleep is not that
Dead return! Show no mercy.
It's time.
I'll see you off. A foregone conclusion.
Conflict is pitiless.
Don't mess with me. Who's next?
You chose the wrong enemy. Follow my charge.
What a headache.
We'll probably end up running into more of Norbert's spoons up ahead. We should proceed with caution.
I commend.
someone there.
Dude didn't even know it hit him.
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Lance at the ready.
Was that it? There's no time to lose.
Here, there's thunder.
Thunder and lightning, very, very frightening.
Battles are chess games. No two are alike.
Oh, poke.
Don't mess with me.
Eternal sleep.
The dead return!
Ominous.
It's time.
Follow my charge.
Conflict is pitiless.
Not a scratch.
It's time.
A moment's excitement, nothing more.
Look, it's Norbert again. Let's see what he's talking about this time.
And the film? Is it packed and ready to go?
Right here, boss. The buyer's arriving soon. Here, this way.
Very good, very good. Well done. Patience. Soon we will all be rich.
Film! Did you hear that? That film he mentioned must be the same one that was stolen from the museum. Why would someone from such a wealthy family do something like this for money? It's unbelievable. We have to find a way to stop this before they sell the film.
What a headache.
Show no mercy.
Lance at the ready.
Oops.
Here is thunder.
Receive divinity.
Rude.
Conflict is pitiless.
That's the way we came from.
Wait, don't make a move yet. We should take some pictures as evidence in case the culprit denies the charges. Your
In
equipment
case.
probably has better specs than mine. I'll leave the picture taking to you.
Halt!
Norbert of the Cusper family, and everyone else here. Turn around and face me. Put your hands where I can see them.
What's going on? Who are you two?
We're here to bring you to justice.
What's going on here, Norbert? Didn't you say your security was impenetrable?
Minions! I mean, Silvermane guards! Get rid of these intruders immediately!
You've got a lot of nerve drawing your weapons in front of an intelligence officer of the Silvermane Guards. Come on, let's give these imposters a taste of justice.
Great.
Eternal sleep is not the end.
The dead return!
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Show no mercy. I'll see you off. Follow my charge. Conflict is pitiless.
Don't mess with me.
It's like they may not actually be Silvermane guards, but they sure fight like them.
Lance at the ready.
You chose the wrong answer. There's no time to lose.
I'll end your misery.
It's time.
But they certainly don't have the hit
There's
like
no point in resisting, Mr. Norbert. Your accomplices have been subdued.
Dude is
There's
praying.
nowhere to run. You had the audacity to tell your men to disguise themselves as Silvermane guards. I'll be interested to see what kind of sentence the adjudication panel gives you.
You... this isn't right. You have no evidence of wrongdoing. We're just here to...
Still in denial? Your secret dealings have been photographed. We have all the evidence we need. Is there anything else you want to say?
I knew I couldn't trust you hooligans. Even the simplest of sales was too much for you to handle.
Silvermane Guard Lady, I surrender. Take the microfilm back to the museum. I'm sorry. I only ask one thing. Please don't hand me over to my uncle. With Klapoth as my witness, Uncle would be so angry he'd turn me into a leather jacket.
That's not up to me.
Microphone. A lost roll of film. It should be returned to the History and Culture Museum.
Oh, Mr. Coldfeet, what should I do in a situation like this? Save me. Save me.
What are you talking about? Who's got cold feet?
Nothing. I was just talking to myself. Oh, I had a whole life ahead of me.
Enough blubbing! If you didn't want to face the time, why do the crime? Everyone is responsible for the decisions they make in life. No exceptions.
Curse it! Curse it all! He warned me not to carry out the transaction in person, but I didn't want to spend money on hiring a bagman. I don't want to go to prison, not even for a day.
If you think you can commit crimes and go unpunished, dream on.
So there's someone behind these two.
It was a difficult journey, but it had a happy ending. However, I'm still a little confused. Mr. Norbert is wealthy and opportunistic, but how did he manage to find so many accomplices and organize such a large-scale smuggling operation? These questions can wait until the interrogation. As for you and me, our work ends here. Come on, let's take the microfilm back to the museum.
A seemingly false end. Eventually, I imagine, we'll find Mr. Coldfeet. You give me a signature well, volunteer guide, forget, suicide account. Any longer, it's difficult holding it back from passion, yeah? Well, I certainly hope that you follow your passion, several.
It works! The slides play without a hitch. The microfilm is undamaged. Once the projector is restored, the History Culture Hall can reopen to the public. Then visitors can enjoy all 3 of the museum's most important exhibits. I want to thank you again, on behalf of all the museum staff and all of the citizens of Belobog.
Don't mention it. Happy to help.
Just stating the obvious, the way I see it, the museum's reopening is a very significant event, and worth remembering more than any other time in the past. A whole generation has grown up in the underworld in the last decade or so, and they never had the privilege of seeing these precious works of art and historical treasures. What you've done has helped bridge a huge gap for them. So, even if it seems small to you, you did a very great thing here. That's enough praise for now. Anyway, if you did want to continue working as a part-time manager and handle the daily operations of the History Culture Hall, I recommend talking to Miss Eris. It's not like we don't have any other suitable candidates for the position. Isn't it great you can help us with such an enjoyable job? Ah, and by the way, I'll keep you informed if we pry anything noteworthy out of that Mr. Norbert guy. See you later.
See you later, Pela. Bronya. History. 150. Projector, I think they mean. A velvety female narration. On the stars. Quick 2. I think this is a good place to end it. Or, not to end it, but to leave the projector at. Oh goodness, so many people. Bronya brings much interest. And we really need someone with educational value. Like, so much educational value that we wouldn't be able to describe it. We have absolutely no educational value, and that's hilarious. 58. She has the most. I didn't mean to immediately. General Hall interior to level 9. Literature of Curiosities, right? I did punch. Second. So for free, that's a great deal. Oh, more assistance. find you. That is the new series. Still looks super. General Hall Interior never level 9. Six is Supreme Guardian again. Was the Supreme Guardian again? To be fair, it did change. Oh. Awesome. Each thumbs up a very good. Day 42. We're in our second month. We can spend a whole day there and still not finish. Day 43. We are flying by these days. This is the third Supreme Guardian again. It's really something back in the day. Alright. Okay. Property is still nice and clean. Very nice presentation of wondrous exhibits. I guess while working we thought of Jabard. You can. Interest in volunteer? You mean as a volunteer guide? If I'm not mistaken. Sure, I should probably ask her. Sure, thanks for your help. Just one there. Isn't there a message to ask you that? Yep. This is or submitting an application already about this. Hold on, let me have a look. I found this application. It got squashed between other documents. I haven't looked at it. Please don't prepare for the interview. Oh, by the way, then, you don't need to be the assistant assessor this time. Get some rest. Oh, so no longer useful to it. It seems I'm no longer used to you. Hey, you know that's not true. Stop pretending to get offended when you're getting a proof message, Joe. Since you have arrested, didn't mean anything else. After all, you've been working hard for the museum all this time. I need to head off now. Let's try to the interview. Alright. She said, and said, I thought about it. Good to see you around. Awesome. Back to the administrative district. I am learning.
Where to now?
Hell, I even went in the right direction the first time. I wish I could teleport right inside. Your part is. Whew. Those are some good numbers. What did I say I need? Exactly what your part is good at. Oh boy. He's even got some tour duration. Like, I just assume tour duration means time availability. He's very busy. But man, do people love to see him. Also, he knows so much. Good lady over there. Stop flirting with the guides. Okay, judging these aren't still all. Hello, give me a moment. Anywho, let's go see what this is all about. Last time I said I think that would. I said I thought they'd be about the same time, so let's check it out. I mean, if I'm getting stuck. Yeah, they're about the same time. Just depends. Do you feel like you're fast? What feels faster?
Don't mess with me.
I'm on guard.
I'll see you off. Follow my charge.
Conflict is pitiless.
Nice.
A few games of chess will while away the time.
Yeah, the cars are very cool. I do like how much this place has been just coming to life. Just people. A cunning child. Go, Dress. Old Goth. Yundins. Just to see what everywhere needs. Okay, over here, I need a lot of this. I will go with Claire. And then I'll pick someone from this row. I need pretty much Bronya, but flipped. Here we go. And here. I need people who can be here for a long time. Sarah was one. Book was also one. Book. Still need. Sibling guard. Because basically, I just need. I really have a shortage of people who can just be here. Like a tour duration. That's just like my kryptonite. Industrial Hall to level 7. What are they using? educational value. Okay. Hungry Walker is okay for me to grab a bite, right? What's named Jorla? Ooh. Alright, she was saying something about us having a good lamp. That was my cup of water, cat. Boris is looking for you. Goodness. I can't quite possibly I can't. What? I see your dashing figure in a real fight. Be sold into the mile. Backwater pass, okay. Awesome. Rifler, you're fine. I'm like, excuse me, what?
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Who's next? I'll end your misery. I'm on guard. Ha!
It would have been hilarious if she hadn't gotten to attack once. Oh, I get. Little fuzzy baby has moved.
I commend.
Let's wait and see.
Careful now. Don't get your clothes wet.
To be honest, this dude would absolutely like frequent museums. He would just be like, yes. Hey, it's Helpy. Findy, excuse me. Findy, dude. I was like, why isn't it working? Yeah, I see. And it's now on display. Serendity's Lance. 4004. Alright, has been found. Reference name is Seren's Lance. They're saying, when you hold in your hand, does it mean that oh god, I have a strange taste of the first Supreme Guardian herself? I said we'd look at more of these. try to center around this third supreme guardian. Reads, the founder of the University of Belbog and its permanent honorary headmistress, the most generous academic scholar in all of Belbog. No kidding. She compiled confusing languages, metrics, and measured them against the same standards and broke the barrier because it separated people's mind. She was tortured by the underworld, the peerless pioneer. She was the reason every virulous soul and power was able to shout the great cause. Gatekeeper of History, the compiler of Flawed Chronicles. She is founder of putting in Belbog on the tsunami of time and sets the direction in which everyone just was healed. She's an leader, the wise. Oh, let's manage our museum. We have 12. 3 more. That is awesome. Great Hall, check. Here, check. 4 missing from the Industrial Hall and 4 from the Cultural Hall. And then 2 people, one of which I can easily recognize. The other I keep wanting to think is Sela, but maybe Sela and a Samp. Oh. Business Day 49. Gosh. The Industrial Hall to level 7. This is the most broke I've ever been. So that's what to learn is mind blown. Day 50. Oh right. There was somebody that wanted to hire. Need to wait another day. Random event. Paid promotion. I like the paid promotions. She's got the time. There we go. I'll put these two working together. Anywho, the Industrial Hall needs to get up to level 7. Awesome. 700 years of history. Very good. I'd like to see Madame Cocolia's something. Industrial development. So Industrial Hall level 7. I always like having at least a smidge bit of wiggle room. Educational. There's so much educational value with these 3. Okay, it's mostly these 2, but still. So our planet is named Jorello 4. That's news to me. I keep wanting to call it Jorello 5. I don't know who I thought I saw, but I thought I saw someone. Now we're here to fix another exhibit.
So that's how it works.
Can this be? I'd lose my mind in case. Mind mental clock. Classic desk clock. Meaning as a Something around the clock is especially meaningful to miners. After all, Julia will not be running out anytime soon, but precious rest time can never be replaced. Awesome. Alright, let's get on to day 54. The History Culture Hall to level 3. That's how you just go. The place museum is great. Something. Got everything. Wait, I got everything here. Managed progress 1, awesome. And 2. Oh, I'm working on 3. We're starting to wrap things up, I say, on like the almost 4-hour mark. We're getting something that's wonky.
Will of preservation.
Alright, let's bring it on.
Repay.
Oh, these things.
Show no mercy.
It's time. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
There's no time to lose.
Here, it's thunder.
That's so. Oh, yeah, see you later, sister. Got the data recorded.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Somewhere under the stars, I would imagine. I think I'm just gonna get Panera. I was going to go to Porticeps, get myself a good old sandwich. Um, in the Macbeth circles, the most popular model is modeled after a puppy looks like Francis. I was gonna say, it's not the thing. Yeah, she's not coming. Yeah, it is sort of weird, but it's nice to see our friends just like having fun. I was thinking that thing looked hella weird. I was like, that ain't something that I know of. Day 55. General Hall. Exterior. To level 15. So polite and engaged, lovely. Everyone's so polite and engaged. Day 56. 4 more days, and we'll have been doing this for 2 months. So fun. I love Gmail. But hey, bustling activity. Actually, I'm just gonna keep saving, see how much I get after the end of this. Can I get a 10 pull off of these? The time will only tell.
Ah, nice to see you. You're looking in good spirits. The museum is packed these days. I've never seen it so full of visitors. You run a tight ship here. Still, it'd be nice if those kids would stop littering. It's barely lunchtime and I've already picked up 3 half-eaten packs of Snow White popping candy.
Kids these days.
Right? I'll teach them a lesson if I catch them in the act. That's for sure. By the way, you remember that Norbert guy we captured? The Silvermane guards have acquired new intel from him. I thought you might find it interesting. I always wondered, how did he, a rich kid with virtually no real-life experience, suddenly think of becoming a smuggler? There's no way someone like him could have come up with the idea of disassembling a sculpture and hiding the pieces inside robots. The result is just as I expected. After less than half a day of interrogation, he confessed everything. He admitted that a mysterious figure named Mr. Coldfeet wanted him to target the museum exhibits. Mr. Coldfeet fooled Norbert into believing that many of the museum's artifacts were forcibly seized from private collectors by the Silvermane guards. He told him that true justice would be returning the artifacts to the people. Norbert probably didn't believe any of that nonsense. I think he just wanted to prove himself and add more to his fortune. Mr. Coldfeet not only introduced him to buyers, but also gave him advice, and only charged him a 30% consultant's fee. In the opinion of our young Mr. Norbert, the deal was too good to refuse.
Sounds like avoiding your crew. Did you find this Mr. Coldfeet?
That's what I wanted to discuss with you. Norbert said Mr. Coldfeet operates with extreme discretion and knows the Silvermane guards' every move like the back of his hand. If he catches wind about the slightest rumor in the city, he'll disappear without a trace. If what Mr. Norbert said is true, then our safest option is to send a civilian to try to reach out to Mr. Coldfeet and lure him out of his lair.
Want me to go and meet him?
You guessed it. Everyone agrees that there is no better candidate than you. Norbert says he usually communicates with Mr. Coldfeet through the door of a room in the Goethe Hotel. The usual agreed meeting time is right now. Take this as a final request from the Silvermane guards. Can you go to the Goethe Hotel to meet with this Mr. Coldfeet?
I'm on it. Let's go as quickly as possible. Already outside the door. So efficient, as expected of you. It said the secret signal with Mr. Coldfeet was 3 light knocks, then 2 heavy knocks. Now it's all up to you and your silver tongue. 3 light, 2 heavy. Tap 3 times, knock twice.
There's no response. Did I remember the wrong password?
Norbert, is that you? Oh, what took you so long? I was worried the Silvermane guards might have got to you. But you're not the type to turn someone in at first capture, right?
Is this Sampo?
Well, it's time for me to get on out of here. After all, we already made a nice little fortune on this trip, huh?
It's Sampo.
Uh-oh, someone's getting a little emotionally over-invested? You know what we are? Accomplices. You know what that means? Partners in crime. You know what else that means? We are not friends. All right, enough chinwagging. So how much did the microfilm sell for?
Uh-oh. I'm just gonna have to make up an amount. Hope it's believable.
Too little, potentially too much, also potentially too little.
What? 500,000? No offense, kid, but I can't see you haggling that kind of number. Or maybe you... What kind of hotel is this anyway? No peepholes on the doors!
He's starting to suspect me. That's not good. I better think through the next question carefully before answering.
You know, I just realized there's something I forgot. Maybe you could help me remember. That Gears and Wisdom sculpture I told you to take apart and hide away? Can you remind me how many pieces it had?
A little less than 60?
Well, now that's more like it. You had me in a cold sweat with those jokes. Here, hurry up and come inside. We need to discuss the details of our next operation.
Enter. Sampo, you idiot.
Oh, if it isn't my valued client. What a pleasant surprise to see you again. Isn't it amazing how fate brings people together, huh? Our bridge of friendship could extend all the way to Everwinter Hill.
It's amazing no one suspected you.
Well, how could you? Your old buddy Sampo is a model citizen these days.
Shampoo?
You know the guards on sentry duty in the restricted zone? I deliver their breakfast every day. Okay. So, kind of cold out, huh? Man, this is getting uncomfortable. Okay, I have a proposal. I'm sure you're gonna find this very reasonable. Yeah, I made a few small fortunes in the artifact business lately, and I can give you 1/3 of my earnings. How about that, huh? In exchange, I only ask that you please don't tell the Silvermane guards about me. Just tell them you missed the culprit. You're a big hero. They won't give you a hard time about it, right? How's that sound, huh? 1/3 is a lot of money. Think about it. I would never dare to rip off a valued client such as yourself.
I don't want to. I really don't want to. Hold on. Let's see. Honkai Star Rail. Let's see. Honkai Star Rail, Everwinter. City Museum. Good. Sampo. Choice. Like, my knee-jerk reaction to, like, is to reject. Really? Okay, so Sampo will escape no matter what option you choose. RIP. I mean, let's be honest, we're really that surprised. Not the most surprised. You think I can be bought?
How can you be so unaccommodating? That is not like you, sister. Oh. I knew the good times couldn't last, but I didn't think a valued client would bring them to a close. Oh, go ahead. Notify the authorities. I'd rather burn out than fade away.
Count Mr. Coldfeet. He's sample. 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 So he turned over a new leaf, but can't go right now. Wait for me, don't let him get away. He vanished. No sound of hurried footsteps, no sound of a window or door opening.
I let him get away. Too late now. I'll have to wait for Pela to get here.
I'm here. Where's the suspect?
He escaped under my nose.
I see. So he's just as cunning and crafty as ever. He fooled the Silvermane guards into thinking he'd changed. But we won't be falling for that act again anytime soon. This operation ends here. You've helped us enough already. Leave the rest to the Silvermane guards. Here. These rewards are for you. I hope they come in handy in the journey ahead. Oh, by the way, if you still want to help run the History and Culture Museum, Miss Eris and I are always happy to work with you. Speaking of which, Miss Eris was just looking for you. Why don't you go to the museum and talk to her?
Okay. In case you're like, oh, but why did you turn him in? He was directly stealing stuff from me. He betrayed me first. Admittedly, I could have given him a second chance. Ugh. I have to say, I don't like Sampo enough. I'm sure my cousin, however, would disagree. Yeah, no, I'll leave the simping for Sampo for my cousin.
Oh, hello. Thank you for all your help. Business at the museum is booming again. I haven't seen this many people here since I was a little girl. Oh, right! There's something I wanted to tell you. A man with blue hair came along and left a message. He asked me to pass it on to the manager of the museum. Here. I haven't read the content. Do you want to take a look?
Yep. Let's see.
To my dearest and most valued client, congratulations! Remember this day as the day you almost caught the great Mr.
Coldfeet. Ugh.
So, how's museum manager life treating you? Just a little reminder, when it comes to working in museums, I'm quite the dab hand. What I mean to say is, if you're ever in need of a passionate and professional individual, one with an inside knowledge of museum security blind spots, I'm only a call away. Don't worry, my exhibit smuggling days are behind me.
Opportunity makes the thief. Aww. That's everything as far as management progress is concerned. I can make it a bit nicer though. The memories we share. Open up the three exhibition areas in Billabong History and Culture Museum. Mr. Coles. Let's continue on day 57. 168,000 funds. Let's see. Exterior is done, interior is done, industrial hall's missing 2, and this one's missing 4, so 6 are missing. So we still have a ways to go. General hall. Exterior to level 15. Hold off on adding Sampo. Nope. Over here, you can see the footage of visitors from beyond here. Super stoked. Oh. Oh man. Oh, Autonomon, that's so cool. Yeah, it is several. Silly. Volunteer museum, here. I sent myself here. Okay, I'll cut to the chase. I mean, just think about the Navy. I think I would fit anywhere near history and culture. Not that I'm not willing to help, but I'm not suitable for roles. I should make things. Don't worry, I too know nothing about Billabong culture. But you're different, even though you're not a local. You seem well educated to me, so being a guide must be easy peasy for you. As for me, no one in the other world sees me as a little rascal for as long as I can recall. If they see me working there as a guide, I'm afraid the reputation of the museum will be tarnished. And Bronya would be so sad about this. Can you reconsider for Bronya's sake? Ugh. Fine, I'll do it. Just hand me the application form, never mind. You keep the form for me and write down what I say verbatim. Happy to help. As you should. Ah, yes. I said, but your girlfriend would be so disappointed, and she just like crumbled. Right, first question, what's your name? Sela, no last name? Sure, Sela, no last name. I'm going to. Don't test me when I'm surrounded by you. Next question, what's your personal experience? Yeah, this is a tough one. Say I'm no experience, I can't really disclose the job. No comment. I can tell you enjoy teasing me like this, don't you? Last question, what are your skills and expertise? Alright, questions getting take care of. Let's go sit down. Dispute resolution, which won't sound intimidating, I hope. Too scary to specify. Is it too late to back down? Comments. Special skills. Too scary to specify details. Better keep it a surprise. I hope the surprise is gonna be pleasant. Oh, I feel slightly. Oh. Oh goodness. Please tell me Brunya's could be the one. I don't think Pela can handle this kind of information. Oh god damn it. We've been here for 4 hours. Where did the time go? I've been rushing as quickly as I possibly can. He's so posh from the orphanage in New York town. I thought I should get to you. Pela. I'm so serious. Let's take a break here. Sela, what are you doing here? Here? Yeah, that's me. I'm trying to make you smile. Somebody else is. I'm going to convince you. Oh my god. It's my turn to ask questions. Can I just go now? No, Paymon's supposed to be the only one wanted me to have an interview with you. Okay. Pause for you. No way for you to escape now, Sailor. Oh, darn it. Anyway, it's a rest area. Play along. It's not physically anything you see. Oh my gosh, we just instantly got teleported here. There is no escaping. Well, let's begin. For some reason, I feel a bit nervous. You do communicating telepathically. No way, telepathy aren't real. You're not actually trying to be mine, are you, Lady Branya? This is my first time speaking to you in this vision. I don't know what to say. The interview here, it's taking hours of time. No way, we have to go through the entire process, no matter what. Yes. Who's not? Talk to like people. I see. Some random questions based on resume then. This is also a great chance for me to get to know Sela better. Yep. Like, don't know each other. Yes, don't you two know each other quite well? Her whole name is Sela. Last name, actual family name, blah blah. It's just pranks. She's singing your names. I said like I've always been curious about. Seal itself is not a common name. It has special meaning. Oleg gave you the name. He said that it meant soul in ancient Bilabakian. Not sure what to convey, what he tried to convey to the name, but to all those thugs and gangsters in the other world, like a specter is always haunting them. Surprised by its profound meaning. How fascinating. Next question. No comment on your personal experience. I do get what it means, but why? Another prank of mine. First, because look at species. That means. Sora, do you have anything? Do you have a place? It's yet another prank of mine. If there was such a dispute, I could handle it. No, if there were such a dispute, you would need to summon the Supreme Guard. Don't forget, protecting me is now one of your duties. You can't just gratuitously get yourself hurt. Okay, I got it. Let's call it a day. Alright, you've passed. Welcome to the Belbog History and Culture Museum, Sealy. Not sure how to respond to this. The plot thickens. You've made Bronya happy. You're not wrong about that. Everything's fine as long as she's happy. Nothing. Hey, Bronya. What should I do next? Hurry up and sign some jobs here. Follow me later. I'll go through formalities. Alright. And that's the interview. And that is everyone. I absolutely love to see you and Bronya are side by side. Day 59. One more day and it's been 2 months. Do I have Bronya? Yes. Let's see, General Hall exterior to level 15. Can't upgrade that one anymore. Oh dear. Level 15 is going to be a bit of a... Listeners about this for free. What a great deal. Alright. We've been here for 1 month. Developer once had this kind of tech, huh? Who would have thunk it? 62. We're over 2 months in. And 4 hours. Okay. Alright. One more? I like how these are random instead of like properly planned out. Again, that thing is not how it's supposed to look.
What a headache.
Eternal sleep.
The dead return!
It's time.
Conflict is pitiless!
Bloom.
Nice teamwork.
Repay. Follow my charge.
Alright, back and forth and
It's
forth
hard
and
for
back.
a wanderer to find rest in this world.
No kidding. Got the data. Automated beetle model. 5 of 6. Interesting. Is that self-modeling resin? So one, so finished, finished, 1, 4, so 5 in total. But I've hired everyone, nearly everyone possible, I would imagine. I imagine that there's like some more regular people. The river of history flows on and on. Oh, I just saw last minute the Madame Coca-Cola. I need to find it. Okay. To the robot settlement. All right. I do always and will forever wonder how our character just sees a thing and just like, ah, yes. I just need to be cleaned up. Alright. Yeah, how is our character just going, oh yes, this. Like, let's see. This. Just decides to pick it up. Mr. Noodles. The underworld would look like this. Maybe that's sometimes for your hard work. Always happy to help. Such a mood. And that's the industrial hall. All that's left are these, which I imagine getting, and these, which who knows. 64. Let's see, General Hall interior to level 12. These descriptions were so detailed. Our bat. Trailblazer's baseball bat. Oleg. Public leader wildfire. Get his resources. I have to come and get your guide. Can I get it? Time so that will help. I was wondering what was going to be on this other one. Boris.
made to be broken.
What's wrong, Bugalug? What's wrong? Hello, yum 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 yum. What I say? Come inside. I'll be right back. Yeah, I knew it was.
It's getting late. Where to now? Noise. Noise. Noise.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie, artichoke. I'm back.
Careful now.
All
Get your
is
clothes
good. What did we do? We were doing something. Goodness. Hiccups are the worst. And? Trailblazer's bat. Just love that we have a freaking baseball bat as our first weapon. Ah, yes, we have an enemy hit them with a bat. Honestly, it matches our outfit so well. The very same one you hold in your hands. You didn't think your weapon would have its place in the museum. It's not an actual. It's not the actual weapon, but it was enough to stagger the Void Rangers beside it. Is this Coca-Cola? No. The second Supreme Guardian, the exhibition label reads, so rated the top starter, the Supreme Guardian was lived in that time period. People wouldn't recognize her by her connection with us. They compared her to the previous Supreme Guardian, but eventually she won over people's heart in her own way, reuniting the hearts of those that have drifted apart. With her own hands, she crushed the kindlings of chaos into charred wood. She built countless shelters for the war-torn city and brought food and warm geomarrow to all who suffered. It was only after the Supreme Mirror walked her mother's footsteps and entered the fragmentum once more, the people finally let go their perceived thinking and sang her noble name. Iron Fist Sivan Duran. Yes. Let me manage my museum. Freaking bat. One more. Like, did I hear something off in the distance? Gotta have had a blast. Alright, 67. I didn't mean to immediately move on, so interior up. I'd like to see Madame Cocolia's face again and pay my respects. Hi, my old pal, the famed Detective Billbog. You're here to visit the exhibition. Well, to be honest, I'm currently volunteering as towards here, and I'm testing the intelligence officer lady over there. Let's see how long I can hide within her purview. Sailor. Popular as ever. Welcome to the drink culture. It feels so awkward this for formalities, right? It's between you and me. I don't mind how casually you speak. Okay, so they're going over here. R.I.P. Anthony likes culture. For more trust. Is enough. Preferably one that can't actively attack us.
I commend.
Let's wait and see.
Sorry, C's right next to V, and my cat, my precious little fuzzy baby's just sitting
It's hard
right
for a wanderer to find
here.
rest in this world.
You're just sitting right here because you're just a precious thing, aren't you? Can I just say we run so slow? Okay, so they're replicas. Thank goodness I was slightly worried. Portrait of Alaran, the fifth Spring Guardian. The exhibit reads, "Praise be the kind Alaran. Her vigilance has caused the Vine Spring Guards to raise the halberds to defend the backbone of the high-working spring. Abolished by dignitaries who have been abusing their powers and enjoyed the return to the authority of the rightful owners. Her compassion and bugs. So the gears roar once more. The smoke of progress flowed from the towering furnace into the snow curtain. Her love is as broad as the sky is deep. Her kindness shines like gold. Praise be to the benevolent Aaliyah Raid. The loving Aaliyah Raid. I was gonna say, in here I was thinking that she's gonna be called a frivolous. Two more. Day 68. Industrial Hall to level 9. Nine of 9. So we're playing. I can't get lost even if I wanted to. That distracted me for a second. You remember what happened? Let's go. Before we linger too long.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Please take me in. Right. Portrait of Isia Raid, the first Supreme Guardian. The exhibition label reads, when the rumors of the Doomsday spread, the Supreme Guardian, Sela Rand, and her loyal architects called upon everyone to build a great wall, which has since become the last bastion against the wind and snow, Belobog. In the face of the invasion, the enemy from beyond the sky, Alel held her flaming spear and led people of Belobog to defend the city. Can I just say, I love that the portrait is of her old self. Like, she would have been youthful and young and most likely redheaded. And they could have done that, but instead they chose to remember the wise, like her and her, after years have passed. She looks beautiful, by the way, still. And led the people of Belbog to defend the city until the god of spring and war, Juro, descended upon our ranks. Her tenacity and valor summoned the turbulent eternal freeze to disperse the enemy invaders and completely ended the tragic war that lasted more than 30 years. Miraculously, Priest sprouted once again from the land ravaged by war. At the end of her life, the Supreme Guardian decided to go to the Fragmentum and meet her own end in order to announce to the people of Belbog would never be choked by the throat by personal will. Our first Supreme Guardian has since fallen. At the same time, Belobog officially took its first step into the age of wind, snow, and kindling. She who invokes miracles, the Seal Rand. And we essentially use her weapon. Day 70. One more portrait. The History Culture Hall to level 6. I really want something back in the day. So many years. Is that the Trailblaze's weapon? It's so badass. How unexpected. With your help, the History and Cultural Museum has become the most popular spot in Belobog. A friend of mine who works at the Golden Theater was ranting to me about how everyone spends their free time going to the museum, and that even the number of opera goers has decreased. Watching your work, I feel like I've reignited the passion I had when I first applied to work at the museum. Thank you, Mrs. Orwing. Leave the future management work to me. You've been busy for so long. You should have time to appreciate the changes you brought to this museum. I hope we can see you often. I'm like, hey. Not quite done yet. Level 6? And aside from one day, which it was almost perfect. I didn't think that, did I? Actually, when is the Spring Guardian Coco? I should bring forth and back to display in the museum. Supreme Guardian Bronya has arrived. She's here. Okay. So, anything I can do for you? To commemorate my mother, the architects and I agreed a portrait should be crafted for her and sent to the museum as a reminder. However, the portrait said the museum review tradition. Leave it to me. Farming also selected a an underground and brought it. And she was curious about everything, so suppose that she couldn't see the underworld. In her spare time, she would always go to floor stage being toxic. She had the most light all over. And these we also selected from the barren underground and brought to the overworld. At the time, she was curious about everything, especially the flowers that she couldn't see. And the other one. In her spare time, she would always go to the floors. Later, she became a top student in Bellepog Military Academy. Graduating from the top of her class, people say she had the most intelligent mind of all of Bellepog, and that not even several can surpass. That mother embarked on her career in governance, and with her charismatic personality and political means, granted the support of the entire city. Under her supervision, the Silvermane Guards were finally able to counterattack the Fragmentum that came at too high cost. Her early years. Administration. Her arrival at the overworld. In that case, Supreme Guardian childhood and addition of the world, and she showed curiosity and love for all things, her favorite flower being first snow, much like her own noble character. Got it. After she's taken power, blockade the overworld and the underworld. On one hand, measure many unanswered sacrifice. However, she never got a dream of healing the world. For certain reason, she's the almost had look needs. Sorry. Turn her role in the introduction. Her motherly love, but too personal? No, I trust your judgment. Trying to organize language. The Supreme Guardian lost before destiny and the light of humanity rode away. She'll try to give whatever gentleness she had to the people and help them towards salvation, just like how she treated her daughter. Much so. Let's go there. And objective assessment. And the units fought against her. I believe we can go right. I have the farms. She had both merits. She had both merits and faults. I'm sure about it. Noodles. I have no doubt that I had no idea this ring had gone through this. This is the monster that invaded us 70 years ago? This speaks longer in history, still alive today. It's also unbelievable. Hero of Bellepog. I thought it was like, I don't know, I thought it would be something that would be like in one of these. I didn't think of a painting, but it fits. A portrait of Cocolia, the 18th Supreme Guardian, and her daughter Bronya. The exhibition reads, the Supreme Guardian Cocolia spent her childhood in the distant underworld. As a childhood, she was already full of love and curiosity toward the world. Her favorite flower was first snow, a bloom as spotless and pure as her child character. As the Supreme Guardian lost before a cruel destiny and the light of humanity rode away, she still tried her best to give whatever gentleness she had see the people, and help them towards salvation, just like how she treated her daughter. And fighting with most of her life, the Supreme Guardian chose to resist the undefinable power from beyond the clouds with her singular form. She sacrificed herself for the Everwinter city, and finally ended the snowstorm that howled for 7 centuries. Cocolia Rand, the Hurried. The Memories Brochure. Collect all display items for Belobog History and Cultural Museum. All additional operation achieved. Portrait of the Supreme Guardian Cocolia and her daughter. We've done almost everything. It's not the button that I meant to press, but it works out well enough. The exhibit details were so descriptive. The exhibit. The exhibit descriptions were so detailed I could spend a whole day there and still not finish. The idea is totally different with the general hall. And yet, here you are. The river of history flows on and on. The smell museum is great. What kind of scent are they using? Also, I can't believe it took me to the end to realize that I could do this. It's interesting how just naturally their sea. Sample, go best here. Okay. Yep, he can actually go best here. Let's see how many of my friends I can get before I have to add Oleg skirts. Oleg, please. Just said. One day. There are so many exhibits I want to check out. My eyes are spinning. And so with that, we've done everything that there is to do. I already have Blade. I've just been looking for his card. Ah. Oh, that's Clara. I don't know why. with her hood up, I just like, it takes you forever to recognize her. Oh. Well, I guess I got lucky. Oh, bad luck. Or not. Oh, he's looking in a mirror. Two. Okay, 5 of these. Level 30. Still. That would only give me 5, so... then at 40. At 40 I get this. Rip off. Then we get these. Well, I guess it's not much of a rip off because we get 2 of those instead of just 1. Okay, so I won't call it a rip off. Anywho. That is Everwinter City's museum. My, how far we've come. I thought I was walking through the doorway. I had ways to go. Or if this was the source of the snowstorm. Calamities are on texture wall. And with that, my darlings, I'll see you next time. Bye.
Nice.
Noise.